Good evening and welcome to Derby Date Night, Gardening Edition. We are live at the Delaware County Fairgrounds in Muncie, Indiana, where we are getting ready for 2 games of hard-hitting roller derby action. Our first game of the night is a battle for Burnt Corn Trophy between the Cornfed Roller Derby All-Stars and the Burning River Roller Derby All-Stars. Later, Cornfed's Killer Kernels and Burning River's HazMat crew will take the track for another exciting game. Before we begin, let's introduce ourselves. You are watching Derby Date Night, where we bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'm your play-by-play announcer with all the action and a peppering of off-topic commentary and silly jokes. Behind the cameras is Sirius Lee, my forever date night and the real brains behind the operation. He's not only our technical producer-director, he also has to keep me focused while pressing all the buttons to make everything work. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes, and today is no different. The theme for today's jokes is gardening, as voted on by our members. Get your gardening gloves ready, because we're not only digging the derby today, we're also going to get a little dirty with our jokes. Not that kind of dirty. Take a second and let us know how experienced of a gardener you are. I love to plant things, but I hate the maintenance. And Sirius is not so much into gardening. He's more of a lawn guy, always mowing. If you're just finding us for the first time, welcome. We love to interact with our community, who we call our third wheels, because you all are our third wheels on our date, and would love to have you along for the ride. Sirius and I love our Derby Date Nights, and we want to keep bringing you all the best derby action. If you want to help take us to the next level, there are so many different ways you can support us. Please like and subscribe, as it helps us grow our channel. You can also find us at Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and our website. If you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, you can join our YouTube membership program. Becoming a member not only helps create even more awesome content, it also unlocks exclusive perks just for you. All you have to do to become a member is scan that QR code, and it'll take you right to the page where you can learn all about all of the great perks and how to become a member. You'll get access to things like bonus content, shoutouts in our videos, members-only badges, and even sneak peeks at upcoming schedules. And like today, you sometimes get to choose my joke topic. Plus, your support helps us travel to more derby events, improve our videos, and keep the derby love rolling strong. So if you want to be a bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, hit that join button and check out all the awesome perks waiting for you. Every single membership makes a huge difference, and we appreciate every single one of you so much. Let's grow this derby-loving community together. An extra special welcome to all of our third wheels in the chat. You can see all of the names of our third wheels scrolling by. These are all the people who are our official third wheels. While you are all third wheels, these are the official third wheels who get access to some of those extra special perks. Another thing you can do to support us is you can send super chats. So if you click that little $sign down at the bottom and you want to do a shout out to one of your favorite skaters or your favorite team or your favorite ref or NSO, you can send a super chat and we will put it up on the screen for everybody to see all the great support that you are giving them. All right, with that being said, let's introduce who you're going to be watching today. On the visiting team for Burning River Roller Derby, we have got, let me get my list, number 10, Taco Bout Pain, number 1004, KC, number 122, Barbie, number 17, Jesse Kushner, number 18, Hebrew Hammer, number 25, Go Geronimo, number 256, D Crypt, number 2701, Rust Belt Rider, number 3, Baby Ruthless, number 412, Misdirected Anger. Number 4711, Frank N. Herder. Number 61, Killmore Girl. Number 79, Golden Malicious. And Captain, number 988, Maloik. And on the Cornfed Roller Derby All-Stars, your home team, we have got number 4, Ivy Bruzinya. Number 1, One Hit Wanda, back for her first game after being gone for maternity leave. Number 168, Shauna the Dead. Number 1970, Lavender Menace. Number 214, Spinelli. In their retirement game, we have got Cosmo, number 227. Debbie Darko, number 28. 313, Miss Adventure. 4, Boggs. Another retirement and skating in her last game before retirement, Grizzly Barrett, number 46. Number 542, Barbarian. Number 63, Hamburger Buns. Number 727, Creature. Number 9, U.S. Amy. And your captain, number 9110, Killer Queen. We're excited to have all these people here to skate today and excited to see how this game goes. These two teams have played each other many, many times over the years. I would say at least once a year for the past 10-ish years. And Cornfed has won sometimes, Burning River has won sometimes. It's always kind of a coin flip, and we've joked that these two teams are so similar. The only difference between them is one is in Ohio and one is in Indiana, but otherwise very similar. And every time they play each other, they always make jokes about the fact that together, Burning River and Cornfed become burnt corn when they are playing. Today, Cornfed will be in black, and Burning River will be in the blue jerseys. Getting ready to get started, and before we do, I'm going to introduce you to some of our officials because we can't have a game happen without officials. We have got on skates tonight, Wishbone Breaker, Ogre, Shotgun Mike, Biz, Bona, and David Feckham. And our non-skating officials in black tonight, we have got Scotchy Scotch Scott, Bethley, Ryder Z-Block, Wild Irish Rosie, Shiv, Silken Tofu, Madame Mayhem, and Atlas. And we have got a game about to begin. So grab your popcorn and your, what else? Popcorn? Well, you have popcorn for Cornfed, but what do you have for Burning River? Something burned. Does anything burned taste good? I guess you could like burnt ends. Oh yeah, spare ribs. Yeah, get your good old grilled stuff with some nice crispy ends. All right, we are about to get started. On the line, we've got Rust Belt Ryder and Spinelli. Spinelli for Cornfed, getting lead. Jammer coming out of the pack first, and as you can see, having her being pointed at means you are the lead jammer. Currently, Rusty getting pulled all the way to the back by Boggs as Spinelli comes into the pack on a first scoring pass. Right now, Rusty has still not gotten out of the pack, so is not eligible to score points. Spinelli has gotten through to score 4 points and put the first points on the board of this game to Cornfed. The star has been passed for Burning River to Maloik, who has gotten out of the pack and will be eligible to score if Spinelli does not hit her hips to end that jam, which Spinelli has done. That is Cornfed 8 and Burning River Roller Derby 0. We're having a hard time getting the scoreboard to come up, so I will be letting you know the score as we go. That was only the first jam, so there's not a lot to tell you yet, except for Cornfed's ahead 8-0. Misadventure on the line for Cornfed up against Barbie from Burning River Roller Derby. Both jammers taking a second to assess the situation and figure out their approach. Misadventure finds space on the outside and gets through to become lead jammer for Cornfed. Barbie, meanwhile, was trying to push up that inside line, is running into Killer Queen, Wanda, and Grizz, who are holding with a little spin at the front. Barbie is out of the pack and will be eligible to score points. Ed has made it through for 4 points and decides to call the jam before any points can be scored by Burning River. Another 4 points on the board for Cornfed, bringing them to 12. Our score is Cornfed 12, Burning River 0. We got Spinelli for Cornfed and Golden Malicious for Burning River. Spinelli getting pushed to the inside, thought she stayed in bounds, but did not, and is going to be forced to go to the back. Golden Malicious also getting hit to the inside and being pulled to the back. You cannot re-enter in front of someone who was inbounds and upright. and in front of you. Like, you can't gain position when you get pushed out of bounds. That's the best way to say it. Spinelli is through. Now Spinelli is eligible to score points. Golden Malicious getting pushed or pulled to the inside. Now getting some one-on-one blocking there from Cosmo as Spinelli enters the pack. Spinelli takes a hit to the inside, and the skater who hit Spinelli was able to stay upright and inbounds, so Spinelli must enter behind that skater. So Spinelli now at the back of the pack on a scoring pass. Oh, you did hear me sneeze? Treble said, bless you. I told Sirius I was going to sneeze, and I thought he muted my mic, but I guess you all got to hear my cute little sneeze. All right, we are stretching that pack out a little bit as both jammers are having a hard time getting through. Spinelli does decide to call that jam. Burning River was not able to score any points again, and Cornfed has gone up to 16. Yeah, I thought I was so sneaky, Lucid. I was like, ooh, I was so sneaky. Nobody noticed me sneeze. No, you all did. Cool. Shaun of the Dead on the line with the star on head for Cornfed, and Rusty, Rust Belt Ride Her for Burning River. Rusty thought they made it through, but 1 foot went out of bounds, and so they must go to the back of the pack. Shaun of the Dead with a push, but it was an illegal push, and Shaun of the Dead will be sent to the box for a penalty. I don't know which one, Abby. So this will be a power jam for Burning River and Rust Belt. If Rust Belt can get out of this pack, then they will be eligible to start scoring points for Burning River, which would put points on the board for the first time for Burning River. Rust Belt takes a little bit of a tumble and is being pushed to the back. Everybody's all tangled up. Rust Belt gets some help from her blockers and gets out and becomes lead jammer. Shaun of the Dead is now out of the box and trying to get some offensive help from One Hit Wanda to avoid Maloik, but takes a hit to the inside from Hebrew Hammer, which is going to slow Shaun of the Dead down. Shauna is through. That was Shauna's initial because Shauna had not completed the initial when Shauna went to the box. So Rusty will call the jam, but was able to put those first points on the board for Burning River. So the score is now Cornfed 16, Burning River 3, with 24 minutes left in this first half. Barbie on the line for Burning River, and Spinelli for Cornfed. The penalty box is currently empty, so we have got 4 blockers from each team out there and 1 jammer. Everybody's out on the track. Everybody gets to play. Spinelli hopping up that inside line, barely staying in bounds, becomes lead jammer. Track cut being called on Barbie, so this will be a power jam for Cornfed. And Spinelli, who is able to get through on that inside line to score 4 more points, while Barbie waits in the penalty box. Cornfed getting ready for Spinelli to approach. Spinelli asks for some offensive help as Cornfed attempts to sweep Burning River to the inside. They are able to do so, and Spinelli gets through for 4 points for Cornfed. Abby, I couldn't spot the penalty arms either. I saw them, but I couldn't see clearly what the arms said. So it was either a high block, a forearm, or illegal position, but the rest of the thing I couldn't see. So it was just a penalty. We'll just call it that. Okay, so Cornfed called that jam before the blocker or before the jammer was released from the box. So Barbie will be the jammer again for this next jam. Barbie is standing, so will be released in less than 10 seconds. Misadventure, meanwhile, is jamming for Cornfed and trying to establish lead jammer before Barbie can get out of the box, and Misadventure is able to do so. Barbie now out of the box, still has to... I smelled the McDonald's. I knew something had happened. All of a sudden, I smelled French fries, and we just had a delivery. Thank you so much, One Hit Wanda's husband, for stopping and getting us some delicious food so that we can be fueled by food and drink. You are the most awesome person ever. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Meanwhile, speaking of One Hit Wanda, she's out on the track right now helping block. Spinelli gets through Misadventure gets through for another 4 points. That jam gets called. Oh, what a beautiful train. I know, I love pretty trains out there. Cornfed 28, Burning River 3, with 21 minutes left in this first half. 4 points scored by Misadventure in that last jam. So serious, do I now have to smell the French fries and not eat them because I'm announcing? That's so sad. Carl, welcome. All right, we got Kilmore Girl from Burning River up on those toe stops, but it is Spinelli who comes out of the pack to become lead jammer as Kilmore Girl is going to be pulled to the back. Kilmore Girl avoiding a hit from Shaun of the Dead, has to get past Boggs in order to get out of the pack. Spinelli approaching the pack on a scoring pass. We've got the scoreboard back! Woohoo! Oh, no we don't! Oh no! I got too excited. Now we have something else completely different. We'll see what we get up on the screen today. It's roulette. It's scoreboard roulette. We will get you what we can. You saw it for a second. It was like a little tease, serious. I don't think he's in a laughing mood right now. Okay, we have got, let's see, the penalty box looks a little bit full with Boggs and Amy just having a chat from Cornfed, and on Burning River we've got one blocker in the box, so these jammers do not have to work too hard to get through, and lead is going to be going to Maloik, who only had 2 blockers to get past. Cosmo, meanwhile, jamming for Cornfed, is trying to get around, gets some offense from Wanda and gets through, but Maloik on a scoring pass is going to try to score some points before Cosmo can get into the pack. Maloik is going to score those 4 points and call the jam. Carl has chosen the team from Ohio, Burning River. Carl, also, Sirius and I decided you are on a hot streak because you voted for gardening, and gardening jokes won. So we think that your curse is broken, and we are starting over. So we'll see how your predicting game goes today, Carl. Oh, we've got some Maloik fans in the chat. I'm not surprised. I have retired from Derby, 5 years ago, and I used to skate against Maloik, and Maloik terrified me whenever Maloik was jamming. I was like, oh no, we're in trouble. Maloik is a very, very talented jammer and has been with Burning River for a very long time. Golden Malicious jamming for Burning River, but it is Spinelli who is coming out of the pack to become lead jammer for Cornfed. Cornfed currently at 32, Burning River at 7. This is a low-scoring game. We've had 9 jams so far. Serious, I don't think you're allowed to eat the French fries when I can't eat the French fries. That's just mean. We need to have new rules. Oh, Lucid Dreamer's going to tell some gardening jokes since I haven't told any yet. Why was the flower always late? I don't know. Spinelli's going to call the jam. Golden Malicious worked so hard to get out of that pack and force the call off. Sometimes as a jammer, it's not about scoring all the points. It's about if the other jammer gets lead, just get out of that pack so that they don't keep going around and around and scoring points. All right. Why was the flower always late, Sirius? Because it was lackadaisical. Lackadaisical. I like it. All right, Cornfed Roller Derby 35, Burning River 7. That was 3 points for Cornfed in that last jam. Abby says, Sirius, don't be mean. Yeah, everybody, you tell him he's not allowed to eat. Ooh, Misadventure jamming for Cornfed takes a hit to the outside. Rust Belt Rider also taking a hit to the outside. Killer Queen with the big hit there. Misadventure's got to get past Maloik at the front. Maloik is such a triple threat. Misadventure with a beautiful spin on the inside to stay inbounds and upright becomes your lead jammer. Rust Belt Rider being taken to the back. Misadventure sneaking around on the outside. is getting slowed down by Maloik at the front, kind of pulling Maloik from side to side. We've got some forward waterfalling happening to try and get the pack to swallow Misadventure up. The pack does swallow Misadventure up, and Rust Belt Rider was able to get out. Carl says, to be honest, I was sarcastic about Burning River. Sorry, Burning River, just didn't want to jinx my team. I was wondering why you had chosen Burning River when Cornfed, that's our home team. Australia and Muncie believe in Cornfed. But we love both these teams. These burnt corn, these teams have loved each other for a long time, and we're kind of like sister teams or sibling teams. Definitely teams that really enjoy playing each other. And once a year at least, usually, we play Burning River. All right, Lead Jammer. No, not Lead Jammer going to Decrypt. Decrypt getting called on a track call. Spinelli, though, had taken that star off to do a star pass. So this is going to be a 2-minute jam. Spinelli putting the star on. Spinelli is now eligible to score points. When D comes out of the box, D will have to make it through the pack one more time, as D had not completed their initial when they got the penalty. So when you come out of the box, you have to repeat whatever pass you were on. So D was on their initial pass at that time. Spinelli, in the meantime, has scored 4 points, bringing Cornfed Roller Derby to my favorite number, 42, and is trying to earn some more and is going to do so. That's going to bring Cornfed to 46 as D comes out of the box and is trying to get through on their initial. Spinelli sees some space on the inside and just kind of uses Shaun of the Dead and kind of sneaks around and gets through for another 4 points, bringing Cornfed to 50. D trying to find any way to get out, sees some space on the inside, but takes a big hit and is unfortunately going to continue to be swallowed by the pack. But Spinelli is going to be headed to the box, and with less than 30 seconds left in this jam, Spinelli is going to start the next jam in the box for Cornfed. This is a great opportunity for Burning River to be able to start this next jam with a power jam. With 12 seconds left, I think Burning River is going to get at least a point or two on the board here, as Cornfed is working to defend against D. And D gets through for all 4 points. Spinelli is standing in the penalty box, so this will be less than 10 seconds of a power jam for Burning River. Burning River now up to 11 to Cornfed's 52. And a timeout is being called, which means it is your favorite time and mine, jokes. Okay, as you know, gardening is our theme, so all my jokes are gardening themed. What do you get if you divide the circumference of a pumpkin by its diameter? Pumpkin pie. That's a math joke. What do you call a stolen yam? A hot potato. Sirius is just rolling his eyes. All right, let's try this one. What did the grape say when it got walked all over? Nothing. It just gave a little whine. Hey, Abby got the pumpkin pie one. All right, what do you get if you cross a 4-leaf clover with poison ivy? You get a rash of good luck. Serious, you can't just shake your head and say, oh my God, after every joke. You have to have some diversity in your reactions here. I know, you're still working on scoreboard things. Don't worry, I'm telling them the scores, but I know they'd love to see the scoreboard, but it's okay. We do this show with what we have, and this is what we have, and you get to watch Derby, which is always exciting. And be in the chat and hang out with us, which is always fun. Okay, lead jammer has been established, and it is going to be Maloik from Burning River, but Spinelli dashing out of the box and dashing through the pack will be chasing Maloik down. Spinelli is rushing after Maloik. Maloik trying to get through the pack. I think Amy protected her point there, and Maloik was only able to get 3 of 4. A yam is a sweet potato, Carl. What do they call like a potato? They're orange and they're sweeter than regular potatoes. You guys might call them something different. They probably call them sweet potatoes. So serious to say. I don't know. They could have a special Australian word for yams. In America, we've been making a lot of French fries with sweet potatoes. It's been a thing recently. Sweet potato fries. Misadventure getting hit to the inside. Frankenherder jamming for the first time is pushing the pack forward, hoping to find some space. Both jammers, but it is going to be Misadventure who comes out as lead jammer for Cornfed. Misadventure now currently eligible to score points. Frankenherder still trying to get out of that pack. Misadventure seeing space on the inside, gets through on 1 foot, just kind of slides right through. Frankenherder is getting called on a penalty, and that is going to be a track cut, which means this is a power jam for Cornfed and Misadventure. Misadventure through for 4 more points, which brings Cornfed to 60. Burning River still sits at 14. No pack getting called because that pack got a little bit too spread out. So now they have to get a little closer together as Misadventure comes up hoping for some assistance from the blockers to get through on this power jam. Coach Kent yelling for the jam to be called, so that will freeze the Frankenherder, I think it was. Yep, that will freeze Frankenherder in the penalty box. And Frankenherder is talking to her coach while I saw they're discussing strategy. You can't leave the penalty box, but coaches can kind of come over and chat with you if they want to. So a little bit of strategy talk between games. Spinelli jamming for this power jam for Cornfed Roller Derby. If Frankenherder is out of the box. Spinelli with a jump over the apex, and Maloik becomes lead jammer for Cornfed. And Frankenherder was able to find space and get through. Spinelli, meanwhile, in the pack on a scoring pass, takes a whip from One Hit Wanda, has a little bit of a tumble on the outside line, and calls the jam before Frankenherder can score any points. Cornfed only grabbed 1 point in that jam, bringing them to 63. We have about 10 minutes left in this first half, but we've got lots more derby to have today because we have a whole nother half of this game plus a whole nother game after this when the B teams for Burning River and Cornfed will take on each other. The Burning River HazMat crew will be taking on Cornfed's Killer Kernels. And that whistle means we are... Is there a delay of game happening? Did Cornfed feel the jammer? Yes, Boggs is on the line with the star. What? I don't want to say... Do you want me to say it? Should I say it?
No, don't say it.
I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about the thing that just happened. We're just going to let it go, and I'm going to tell a joke while we wait for the refs to discuss whatever happened. Did somebody forget to feel the jammer? I feel like maybe somebody did. But anyway, how do you stop moles, like, you know, moles, from digging in your garden? Hide their shovels. I don't know, it's not funny, but I like it. Okay, I wasn't at all interested in gardening, but I planted a few seeds, and it grew on me. Stop eating French fries, Sirius. I am over you. You did not. Oh, he says he earned it. We might have a scoreboard, you guys. I'm getting yelled at. I get in trouble at work, too, because I always say the thing. I'm like, oh, it's quiet today. And then all my coworkers yell at me. Carl, you can ask Abby. Abby is very good at answering pedantic roller derby questions. I think, yeah, Abby is our resident expert right now, so Abby should be able to answer. Hi, Goldie Socks. Oh, you did not like that joke? Goldie's like, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Okay. These are all kind of bad today, just letting you know. Okay. Why couldn't the budding gardener grow anything? They hadn't botany plants. Yes, Sirius said that one is good. Hi, Rogue. All right, getting back to the game. I don't have to tell you the score right now, but I will. I know, burnt corn is the best. I love when these two teams play each other. I'm glad you are able to join us virtually, though, and get to hear all my great gardening jokes. Oh, Kilmore Girl coming out with lead jammer, but Boggs is going to be chasing Kilmore down about quarter track behind. These two jammers are going to race to the pack, and the pack is going to race away. We've got less than 10 minutes left until I can eat French fries. That's the important thing. It's not about the half the game is over, but I get to eat my dinner. Ooh, nice little apex hop to get 4 points for Kilmore Girl and Burning River Roller Derby. Beautiful. Boggs managing to find some space and get through for 4 points of her own. Kilmore Girl approaching the pack on another scoring pass. Finding Shaun of the Dead's shoulders, which is a painful place to find. Boggs coming in trying to grab some points. Was able to get 3. So Cornfed actually, even though Burning River had the advantage by having lead jammer, Cornfed managed to nope, never mind, I lied. They both scored 7. Just forget what I was saying. They both have numbers right now that are divisible by 7, in case you want interesting math facts. You can evenly divide both of these numbers by 7. There you go. Not a palindrome, but just an interesting fact. Spinelli jamming for Cornfed and misdirected anger for Burning River. I love seeing so many different jammers today. We've seen so many people jam for both teams. Spinelli, meanwhile, though, we've seen jam a few times, but misdirected anger is directing that anger right at Spinelli as misdirected anger is chasing Spinelli down, and this pack is speeding up a la 2015 roller derby. We're going to go fast now. Spinelli around the outside. Gets through for 4 points. Misdirected anger, meanwhile, gets slowed down, takes a big ol' hit from Wanda. Wanda's like, maternity leave, having 2 babies. I'm still a great derby player. Boom. Misdirected anger getting through for 4. No, she just went to the box. That was a direction, Wanda. See, I shouldn't compliment. They always go to the box when I compliment. Oh, a nice hit on Spinelli from Taco Bout Pain. And Spinelli gives a smile to talk about pain as and says, ooh, made me call that one. So 4 points for Cornfed, 7 points for Cornfed, 8 for Burning River. 77-29 with 7.5 minutes left in this first half until I get to eat French fries. But for now, we're having an official review, and I get to tell more bad gardening jokes. Serious, what do you think a gardener's favorite Beatles song is? Let us be, let us be. There's lettuce on my burger that I can't eat right now. Our 10-month-old golden doodle today, speaking of lettuce, discovered bunnies for the first time today. We do have a very active backyard with wildlife, and a bunny hopped through the yard, and our dog was just like, what is that? Our older dog was like, doesn't matter, I don't care. But our baby dog was like, this thing looks cool, and he was just mesmerized by the bunny in the yard. No bunnies were harmed in any of this story, and the bunny is fine because we did not let him out to go get the bunny. What did the gardener say when someone asked how they found the time for their garden? It's next to the sage. Because it's an herb time. Yep. That was good. Carl and Abby having a conversation about where the most track cuts happen. What a good question. What part of the track gets the most cut track? Abby's saying maybe the outside line on turn 1. Yeah, that happens a lot. Turn 1. Yeah, turn 1 I would feel like is definitely the most. Hey, Boggs, look at your daughter, Boggs, making funny faces at the crowd. Boggs is loving something. Oh, Daisy has made signs with different names of every single Cornfed skater, I think, and keeps writing more names on these posters and is sharing them with everyone. So, okay, they're talking to the penalty box. Wanda doesn't look happy in the penalty box. Look at Wanda. Look at Wanda's face. But they're not talking to Wanda. They're talking to the box. So I don't think Wanda's in trouble. But what? I see. I see. Okay, that was a little tiny smile. She just looks bored. Okay, I think she's safe. Okay, continuing. The dazzle of zebras continuing to talk, discuss something. Does anyone look like they're interested in coming and telling me about what this might be? I don't know. We'll find out if anybody wants to come tell me anything. Yay! Shotgun Mike gets sent over to tell me what just happened. Let me get my pencil. I got my pencil. I'm ready.
Burning River wanted an additional penalty on Black 9110 for failing to leave the track on time because I had to call it twice.
Okay.
But we determined that there was no evidence that they heard the first call, especially since another call was happening at the same time we gave it the first time. So the no call was taken.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so they were wanting a second penalty called on 9110, Killer Queen for Cornfed. Killer Queen was getting called on a penalty, and the ref had to whistle twice for Killer Queen to leave the track. Upon review, there was no evidence that Killer Queen heard the first whistle, and so it wasn't an intentional not leaving the track, because once she did hear the whistle on that second whistle, she did leave the track and go sit with her penalty. So that official review will not happen. The call will stand. And they will lose their official review for the half. You get one official review a half. Oh, Abby says hi, Bona. Bona can't hear you, but I'll tell you that you shouted Bona out. Bona is jam reffing right now. And Misadventure is out and chasing down lead jammer Rust Belt Rider. We got 7 minutes left in this first half. Wanda out of the box is going to be leading Misadventure into the pack. Rust Belt Rider on a scoring pass right now, getting slowed down by US Amy, and decides to call the jam. No points scored for either team. All right. Do we have a full pack? I think we have a full pack. 4 blockers for each team are out on the track. No, that's Spinelli on the line for Cornfed. Thought she had some space on the outside, but did not, and is getting called on a track cut. So this is not only going to be a lead jam for Jesse Kushner, but it is going to be a power jam as well, as Spinelli has to sit in the box now for 30 seconds. This is an opportunity for Burning River to start to cut into that lead that Cornfed has established. Jesse Kushner takes a little bit of a tumble to the inside line. Cornfed reforming around Jesse. Wanda and Cosmo working hard together. Killer Queen joining this tripod. Burning River coming up to destroy the tripod with some offense. Lav getting right in Jesse Kushner's way. Jesse Kushner trying for space on the inside, is not able to find any. Spinelli still waiting in the penalty box, but is now... Okay, she's not in the penalty box, which means she was released. I'm like, where'd she go? Spinelli's out of the penalty box. Jesse Kushner still trying to make it through the pack on this scoring pass. Spinelli is still on her initial, so is not eligible to score points. Cornfed doing a really nice job recycling to the front. Cosmo pushing Jesse to the inside and pulling Jesse all the way to the back of the pack. Spinelli was able to get out of the pack and will now be eligible to score points, but Jesse will call that jam before Spinelli can score any points. Burning River was able to get all 4, bringing them to 33. Again, not a palindrome, but pretty double numbers for both teams. We haven't had a palindrome in like how many games? Yeah, there was almost a palindrome last game, but we haven't had one in a long time. Maybe today. Maybe today is the day. Maloik jamming for Burning River is through as your lead jammer. US Amy was jamming for Cornfed, but has passed the star to Boggs, and Boggs is out of the pack and chasing down Maloik. Maloik currently entering the pack on a scoring pass. That pack has sped up, so Boggs is trying to speed up to be able to score points of her own. Boggs was not able to sneak any points there, but Burning River was able to get 3, bringing us to 36. Today is a good day for a palindrome, Goldie Sox. Wait, is today a palindrome day? I know that there were going to be palindrome days in May, but we figured that we weren't going to get any. I don't even know what day it is. Oh, it's 17. 5, 1, 7, 2, 5. No! What? Sorry. I'm looking. I'm trying to make it a palindrome. Spinelli and Roosevelt Rider jamming for their respective teams. We've got 3.5 minutes left in this first half. New thing we've started to do here at Derby Date Night is choose a skater of the game who gets some special stickers at the end of the game and just the knowledge that they are the Derby Date Night Chats skater of the game. So we would love if you would want to see, if you see anybody out there that you think maybe should be in the running for skater of the game, you go ahead and let me know. I will choose one blocker and one jammer from each team to nominate as skater of the game, and then I will have you vote on it during the second half. And then present them with skater of the game at the end. We are having stickers made. But for right now, they just get some really cool Derby Date Night stickers. 81 Cornfed, Burning River 36. Misadventure and Misdirected Anger. I really like, hey, they both have miss names. One of them is on an adventure and one of them is angry. Angry adventure. Misdirected Anger is kind of pulling the pack to the front a little bit, but takes, is that a penalty or did they just get pulled back? They got pulled back by Cosmo, who's, nice hit to the outside. Cosmo all by herself is just like, you know what, I'm gonna just keep pulling you back. Misdirected Anger does find space and was able to weave around Shaun of the Dead to become lead jammer. I have always loved Decrypt as a blocker. D is another one who's played for a long time, and I used to play against D a lot. I like that. I like that nomination. That's a good one. 2 points for Burning River. Burning River is, does anybody have some salsa? Because Burning River is chipping into the lead that Cornfed has established. But chipping away. Kilmore Girls for Burning River, and who has the star? Amber, is that, no, that's Calamity, no, that's Hamburger Buns for Cornfed Roller Derby. Missy's first All-Star game. Is that Misdirected Anger? Kilmore Girl jamming for Burning River. Ooh, lead jammer went to Kilmore Girl, but Hamburger Buns was able to get out as well, and these two jammers are going to race to the pack. Oh, we're speeding up. Oh, beautiful apex jump. I think that's like the second apex jump I've seen Kilmore Girl do. Nice job there. 30 seconds left in this first half, so I get to eat French fries that hopefully aren't cold after this jam, and you all get to grab whatever food happens to be near you. What is it? What are you guys eating? I'm too hungry right now, but once I'm eating, I can see what they're eating, because right now I'm just too hungry. Okay, Spinelli up against Rust Belt Rider. Oh, this pack is just all jumbled up. It is hard to find any space, but Rust Belt Rider with a nice Cosmo hit. Cosmo doing some beautiful one-on-one blocking. Rust Belt took looks like a hit to maybe the rib, and that looked a little painful. So we are gonna go to intermission and also have the medics check out Rust Belt and make sure everything is good to go. We will be back in about 15 minutes with the second half of this game. welcome back to Derby Date Night Gardening Edition. You are joining us for the second half of Cornfed Roller Derby All-Stars versus Burning River Roller Derby All-Stars. This has been a low-scoring game so far. Cornfed is ahead of Burning River by 40 points right now, but those of you who know Derby know that that can change very quickly. And oftentimes after halftime, teams have adjusted their strategy, and, you know, we'll see. And we also will see how everybody's endurance does as well, because that always becomes the thing, especially during summertime derby when it's getting a little hotter. Can we make it through the whole game? I also told Sirius as I was eating my lunch or my dinner that I was ready with my nominations for Skater of the Game. I lied. We'll figure that out. Boggs with some beautiful hops up the outside line is... not lead. No, Boggs is lead over Kilmore Girl, but not by much, as we are going to race around the track. Boggs getting through the whole pack. Doesn't look like she's going to call it, so Kilmore Girl going to try to get out. Takes a huge hit from Shaun of the Dead. And getting back in, Spinelli with the defense, pushing Kilmore Girl to the back of the track as Boggs comes through for 4 points. I see we had some other people join us during halftime. Lexa's here to cheer on her old team, and Blake Island reporters here. Hi, Mom. I know you're here for the gardening jokes. Well, we'll get to those, I promise, when we get a break. Boggs, after scoring 4 more points, decides to call the jam. That is not how Burning River wanted to start this second half. They were able to grab 4 points, but Cornfed was able to grab 12. For those who are curious, yes, I did get food during halftime, and I'm feeling much better. Sirius was very serious about, about people not talking to me too much, because he was like, don't forget to eat your food. But I managed to do both. I can talk to people and eat food. All right, Spinelli on the line for Cornfed. Spinelli was just blocking. Now Spinelli's jamming. And misdirected anger for Burning River. Misdirected anger, who we learned during the last half, was just brought up to the All-Star team. It's always fun when you get into your first games with the All-Star team. Spinelli trying to hop up that inside line, but is stymied by Decrypt and is now stuck behind a tripod of blockers. Meanwhile, Misdirected Anger is trying to break apart the blockers from Cornfed at the back of the pack. Spinelli taking a little break before looking for some space. Almost got through, is really working on breaking that pack apart. Spinelli gets out, and she does come out of the pack, but the skater who hit her out also went out. So Spinelli did not get that point legally, which means it was a no pass, no penalty. Same thing just happened with Misdirected Anger. It was also a no pass, no penalty, and no one will be lead jammer in this 2-minute jam. We are going to go all... Okay, these jammers keep doing things the same. So the Burning River jammer is touching her nose, and like she hurt her nose. She's trying to call it. She doesn't... Wait, why was she able to call it? I thought no one was lead jammer. Is there blood on the track? Hey, is that the name of a movie, Blood on the Flat Track? I don't... What happened? Why did we call it? I'm confused. Anyway, I'm going to tell you a gardening joke while we are in between things. Okay, what's small, red, and whispers? A horseradish. Fine. What runs around a garden but never moves? A fence. That was a good one. That was like a brain teaser. Sirius is not laughing at any of these. Oh, the refs are discussing something. Okay, so at the end of that jam, both jammers got hit in the face, I think, because they both were holding their noses. But it was really funny because they both got out, and then they both, it looked like, had no pass, no penalties, but I don't know how the jam was able to be called off. Oh, I think that's what Kent is official reviewing now, because Kent, coach, he just made the no pass, no penalty signal, so I think he's confused as to why that jammer was able to call the jam off, because I don't think they should have been able to. Yeah, I agree. Okay, fine, I'll tell more jokes, because Goldie appreciates my jokes, and I appreciate you, Goldie. This is a really, really corny old joke that you've all heard before. One gardener says to another, "Spring is almost here." The other gardener says, "I'm so excited I could wet my plants." I'm getting out. It was not funny at all. Ooh, Mom's got jokes. What did one cactus say to the other? "You're looking sharp." You know, you can tell where I get my sense of humor from. Why did the gardener make lots of money clearing leaves? He was really raking it in. I warned you, Goldie, these are not good today. They're just groan-worthy. I know, it is. It's the not funny. Like, I should not be snorting at the wet my plants joke, but for some reason, it's the funniest thing I've ever heard. They were using their official review as a timeout. So all of that speculation that I just did was wrong. Nobody thought the same things that I did. Oh, you have more jokes? Of course you do. All right, Jesse Kushner is jamming for Burning River Roller Derby, but will not be lead jammer. That honor is going to go to Miss Adventure from Cornfed. Cornfed has gone above the century mark to 101. Burning River, however, is not going to take this lying down. Jesse Kushner is out of the pack. Ed is going to call the jam. I don't think Ed got all 4 points. Looks like 2. Okay, another joke from Mom. Why did the potatoes argue? They couldn't see eye to eye. All right. I was just trying to read Sirius's lips. It was not going well. I'll get there, Sirius. I'll get there. All right. Spinelli for Cornfed and Maloik for Burning River. And nobody's moving. Everybody's stuck behind these tripods. It is hard for these jammers. This is the slowest I've seen this pack in this whole game. Nobody is finding any space. Maloik trying to get past Cosmo as the rest of the pack is rotating to the front. Spinelli takes advantage of the confusion that happened there and gets out to become lead jammer. But Maloik also gets out, and Maloik is chasing Spinelli down. I know, that was super intense. Oh, wow, Carl, really? Carl is saying that the soil is so bad that they're using dynamite to blow holes in the ground so they can plant trees. That's really not good. Okay, Cornfed scored 4 to Burning River's 3 in that last jam. Miss Adventure is lining up to jam against Rust Belt Rider, and I'm going to get quiet for a minute while I bring up your poll, because I, for some reason, can't type and talk at the same time. It's just hard for me. So I'm going to put up your options for Skater of the Game. And this poll will not close until 5 minutes. Miss Adventure getting lead jammer. This poll will not close until 5 minutes is left in the game, so you do not have to vote immediately. You can wait, but I'm choosing one jammer and one blocker from each team for you to vote on. Both jammers going to the box. This is going to be a shenana jam. So each jammer's only going to sit for like a second, because when both jammers go, they're not just both going to sit there for 30 seconds and nothing's going to happen. They're each only going to sit for as long as the first jammer sat for. So it was like a second, literally. All right. I'm still working on my nominations here. I'm almost done. All right. I am going to put up your choices, but again, this poll will not close until 5 minutes before the game is over. And you get to choose skater of the game, and they get the honor of being the skater of the game as voted on by the Derby Date Night chat. Frankenherder, currently jamming for Burning River, has taken a star pass, and this jam is almost over. And with that, Frankenherder was able to grab all 4 points. Very well earned when a pivot takes a pass and is able to grab those points. Always lovely to see when a pivot is able to work hard and grab those points. Cornfed was able to score 8, bringing them to 115. We have 22 minutes left in this game, but don't you worry, there is more roller derby coming up as we have a whole nother game of the Burning River HazMat crew versus the Cornfed Killer Kernels coming up after this game. And more gardening jokes, you know, your favorite thing, the reason why you're here. Jesse Kushner jamming against Misadventure. Jesse Kushner is able to get through and is your lead jammer for Burning River. Jesse Kushner approaching the pack. Misadventure with the hit on Jesse Kushner, but Misadventure also getting pulled back. So both these jammers going back to the back of the pack. Beautiful backwards waterfalling happening as Cornfed and Burning River are both trying to go back the furthest and break that pack to the back. Misadventure has the star off, tries to give it to one-hit Wanda, but realized she was out of bounds and so kept a hold of that as you need to be upright and in bounds to do a star pass, and does so. There's a wheel on the ground. Looks like Killer Queen has lost a wheel, and there's some hardware as well on the track. That was like the whole skate just fell apart on Killer Queen. Nobody was able to score any points, but also nobody got injured when the skate just fell apart in the middle of the track. Ogre is an all-purpose ogre, and not only is he a ref, but he will also, I don't know, he's not going to do skate maintenance, but he's going to make sure that everything's good. Ogre and Mike, multi-purpose refs. Don't we have to get Killer Queen out of the middle of the floor before we can start? JJ's running over with a huge smile. Oh, JJ's going to help Killer Queen get... JJ just held out her hand. I don't know what for. It's like, I'll help you. Are we crawling? Are we going to crawl? We're going to crawl. No, we're going to sit. I don't know. What? Oh, you want me to tell a joke? While we wait? Yet again, someone has added more soil to my garden. The plot thickens. You actually laughed, serious. What kind of socks does a gardener wear? Garden hose. Uh-oh. Somebody has to go to the penalty box? Oh, was Killer... Yep.
Had to stop the clock because the skater was already in queue for the penalty box. We can't have them sit infield and have black skate down a skater whole jam before we set somebody in the penalty box.
Okay.
Since we stopped the jam for a skater, they have to sit out for 3, which means 9110 gets substituted in the penalty box.
So it was 9110 on the way to the penalty box when the equipment malfunction happened. Okay, got it.
Yep.
So 9110 was on her way to the penalty box when her skate and just fell apart. So, but because the jam was called, because 9110 was in the infield and not able to skate, so because that jam was called, now Killer Queen cannot be in the next 3 jams, because whenever you call a jam for a skater, they cannot skate for the next 3 jams, and someone else has to sit in the penalty box for Killer Queen because Killer Queen can't be in the next 3 jams. Hope that made sense to all of you. Goldie actually liked one of my jokes. I know they're bad today, Goldie, but there might be a few gems in there. Or what do you say? What do you call something really good that you find in a garden? I found the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. That's not a garden. Okay, anyway, Spinelli is lead jammer and currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Kilmore Girl coming around, hoping to force Spinelli to call it, and she does, but not before Spinelli scores 4 more points for Cornfed Roller Derby. Thanks, Abby. I made Abby proud. Uh-oh. Mom's got another joke. Why did the grape go out with a prune? Because he couldn't find a date. That's good. That's good. Cornfed 119. Burning River. Rust Belt Rider on the jam for Burning River. On the jam line for Burning River. And Misadventure for Cornfed. Oh, Misadventure coming out with lead jammer. Rust Belt Rider. Oh, Wanda. Wanda with the big hits. Slowing down Rust Belt Rider. Beautiful. Oh, 2 penalties for Rust Belt Rider. So this is not only a power jam for Cornfed, but it's going to be a whole minute long. Spinelli got to get past that pivot of Burning River. Does so for 4 more points for Cornfed Roller Derby, bringing them to 127. Lexi, we have not told that joke. Why did the Scarecrow get Employee of the Month? Oh, wait, I know this one. They were outstanding in the field. I'm so proud of myself. Yes, love it. Love it. Oh, Ed taking the hits, but able to keep going. Ed fell and is just taking a second to fix her elbow pads before getting up. Sometimes when you're on the ground, you're just like, I'm just going to stay here. I'm okay. I don't need to move. I'm just going to stay here right now. Oh, I love pink dogwoods. They're so pretty. I started growing some fungi in my garden, but I failed miserably. I guess there is much room for improvement. Spinelli and Rust Belt Rider on the line for their respective teams. Rust Belt Rider still in the box, but standing. So, yep, Spinelli will take advantage of that power jam and become lead jammer for Cornfed. Rust Belt Rider is out of the box and onto the track as she is still on her initial. So this will be not point scoring, but it will be for Spinelli. Spinelli is gotten 4 points. Rusty has the star off, but is going to have to get past Shauna the Dead. Takes a big hit to the outside from Shauna. I'm like, that sounds weird. And Shauna's pulling Rusty all the way to the back. Spinelli is coming around on another scoring pass. Having scored 8 points, is going to try to make that a few more. Maloik took a star pass and got out of the pack, and Spinelli calls the jam after scoring 12 points, bringing Cornfed to 143. We are about halfway through the second half of this game, and we have one more game up after this. Sirius, just so you're aware, the chat is talking about their favorite trees. Somehow, I think my mom and Carl have turned this into a gardening discussion and a tree discussion. Do we have a favorite tree? I like a willow tree with the long branches that go all the way down. I think those are pretty. Cosmo on the line for Cornfed and Jesse Kushner for Burning River Roller Derby. Jesse Kushner trying to get through on the inside. Takes a hit from Lav, but Lav is going to the penalty box, which means that Jesse Kushner can keep going and does so to get lead jammer. Cosmo, meanwhile, passed the star to one-hit Wanda, who will now be the jammer for Cornfed. Jesse Kushner taking a hit to the outside from Cosmo. Cosmo switching easily from jamming to blocking and pushes Jesse Kushner to the inside as Jesse is calling the jam. Skater of the Game poll is still open until 5 minutes left in this game. As a reminder, whoever gets Skater of the Game gets not only some fun stickers from Derby Date Night, but also the knowledge that the entire Derby Date Night chat has chosen them as Skater of the Game. It's such an honor. Such an honor. And Spinelli on the line again. How is Spinelli not tired? But not able to get lead jammer. That honor goes to Maloik from Burning River. Spinelli is out about a quarter track behind Maloik, and these two jammers are going to race to the pack, but the pack is racing too, and we have got ourselves a speed jam as both these jammers are approaching the pack. Maloik first, but Spinelli close behind. Maloik takes a hit to the inside from Boggs and immediately calls the jam. Maloik was unable to get any points, but neither was Spinelli. That is a 0-0 jam for both teams. Carl, what is going on in Australia? You've got soil problems. Willow trees are a weed. What is happening with the agriculture in Australia? I don't need to know. Oh, Japanese maple is very pretty. Misadventure jamming against Jesse Kushner. Jesse Kushner is trying to bust through this tripod of Grizz, Cosmo, and one-hit Wanda. It is a tough tripod to get through. Misadventure getting some offensive help from Killer Queen. Oh, a big fall. I thought I heard a helmet hit, but I guess not. Oh, that looked like it hurt. But everybody's up and doing okay. Ed is through as lead jammer, coming around on a first scoring pass. Jesse Kushner still stuck in that pack. Misadventure able to get through for 4 points for Cornfed. Jesse Kushner getting pulled to the back. Doing some one-on-one blocking from Cosmo there. Jesse has the star off. Might be looking for a pivot to hand it to, but the pivot is busy hitting Ed. Ed is trying to call the jam. A little bit of confusion there at the end, but I think everybody's good. I think there's about to be an official review or a timeout maybe, or maybe nothing. Who knows? Who knows? 12 minutes left in this game, and then another small break, and then a whole nother game in this beautiful evening here in Muncie, Indiana, where we've been enjoying some great weather. It's not too hot in here either, which is what I was worried about earlier today. It's nice. We've got a nice breeze going, as you can see with the doors open, and nobody's too hot yet. We'll see if it continues to stay cool. You know this is time for some more gardening jokes. How did the millionaire gardener get rich so quickly? He was running a huge pansy scheme. How did the gardener perfect their flower beds? A process of trowel and error.
Took a timeout because we overturned the Blue 2-5's penalty and needed to make sure they had time to put a fourth blocker on the track before the game started.
Thank you very much. That timeout was because they overturned Blue 2-5's penalty that happened at the end of the jam, and they wanted to give Burning River time to get another skater out on the track, as they did not have anyone in the penalty box. Maloik has the star on for Burning River. And who has the star? It's Spinelli. Spinelli's just so little. I couldn't see Spinelli over Shauna. Shauna's very tall. Spinelli is not. And that's what happened. Treva, I'm going to take your hot. It's not hot temperature-wise. I'm just so beautiful, right, Treva? I know that's what you're telling me. What do you call a grumpy, short-tempered gardener? A snapdragon. That's a good one. Spinelli is through to become lead jammer. Also, hi, Treva. I miss you. Rust Belt Rider does not have the star. No, Rust Belt Rider is now the jammer, having taken a star pass, but stuck in that pack. Spinelli also stuck in that pack. And Spinelli's through for 4 points. Rust Belt Rider taking a hit from Shauna the Dead and forced to the back of the pack as Spinelli continues to travel around the track, having scored 4 points. Going for 8 here as Spinelli comes in. Wait, is this a tree really called a mimosa tree? Or is this a, like, orange juice and champagne tree? You're behind me, Treva. Hi, I love you too. You look beautiful. And you're in the chat and you're in the room. I love it. Wait, there's really a tree called a mimosa tree. This isn't just an orange juice and champagne joke. Spinelli still lead. I'm watching the game serious. Rust Belt Rider still stuck in the pack. Spinelli getting hit to the outside. Rust Belt Rider getting held by Ivy. Spinelli has scored 12 points now. I'm imagining a tree with just champagne bottles and like pitchers of orange juice. Spinelli is through for another 4, up to 16. I think biggest jam so far in this game for Spinelli. On fire. Through again. That's 20. Bringing Cornfed to 172. Burning River at 62. I grew up with a mimosa tree in the backyard. Mom, you're going to have to send me a picture of it. I really don't. Clearly, I paid attention as in my childhood. I've become a gardener now, but I'm not a tree. I'm not like, we don't have a lot of trees. I've learned about plants, but not trees. Oh, another joke before we get to the next jam. A friend dug a hole in the garden and filled it with water. I think he meant well. Get it? He meant to build a well. Does that mean you appreciated that joke, Sirius, or it was so bad it deserved a polite clap? Oh, I'm losing it. Losing it. We are in an official timeout. Oh, so I can continue to tell jokes, I guess. What is happening? Looks like something with the penalty box. Something with the coaches and the captains. It all looks very serious. So I'm not going to be serious, and I'm going to tell another joke. Why shouldn't you tell a secret in a garden? Because the potatoes have eyes, and the corn has ears. What do you call a garden that is chicken-proof? Impeccable.
NSOs in the box had to go in a hurry, and so we're swapping some people around.
Got it. Thank you. All right. So one of the NSOs in the box had to go quickly. So they're swapping some positions around so we can have enough non-skating officials in the box. Here is your PSA for roller derby. It does not happen without volunteers. See how the game just stopped because we lost a volunteer? Be nice to your volunteers. They do a lot of work, and they do it for pretty much nothing. I mean, sometimes they get some cookies or some special treats, and that is wonderful, but they do it because they love the game, just like skaters love the game. So be kind to all of your volunteers, skating and non-skating officials. We love them, and we can't have derby without them. Cosmo jamming for Cornfed, and Misdirected Anger for Burning River Roller Derby. Misdirected Anger is lead jammer for Burning River. Cosmo is out about half a track behind. And the pack is kind of just all mushed up here at turn 4. Misdirected Anger trying to find space. Gets a couple points there, but not all 4, and has to call the jam. It was a gardening joke, but also a chicken joke. So I guess I'm like stepping a little bit into the joke theme for Small Town Smackdown in 2 weeks and we decided this like a month ago, we will be telling farm jokes for the Small Town Smackdown because that's a farm sound, right? No? That's not a farm sound? Like out in the country, like it's a banjo. Is that not what that sound represents? We're out in the middle of nowhere in Indiana. We got to tell farm jokes. I think 4 is the limit, Goldie, but Abby can clarify and tell me if I'm right. Kilmore Girl taken back by Amy. Kilmore Girl is lead. Spinelli has gotten out of the pack and is chasing down Kilmore Girl. Kilmore Girl trying to get, oh! That was I don't think that was a completed apex jump, but it was pretty. Wait, it was. That was 4 points. Nice job there, Kilmore Girl. One of our nominees for Skater of the Game. Don't forget, you can vote for Skater of the Game all the way until 5 minutes left in this game, so you have less than 3 game time minutes to get your vote in for Skater of the Game. Jessecutioner up against Misadventure. Misadventure through for lead jammer for Cornfed. Burning River is out about quarter track behind as these jammers are going to race to the pack to try and score some points. Oh, beautiful offense done there by One Hit Wanda. Oh, Ed taking a really big hit to the chest, but able to call the jam and get some help up there from Killer Queen at the end. Jammers are very aware that when you come into the pack and the blocker in front of you is backwards and you give them your whole chest, see, there's a lot of parts of the back that aren't legal to hit, but there's not a lot of parts of the front of a skater that aren't legal to hit. So when you're coming with your front, there's a lot of legal space for skaters to hit. Hamburger Buns on the line up against Maloik. Cornfed continues to hold the lead at 171 to Burning River 69 with 6.5 minutes left in this game, with another game coming up right after. If you're enjoying Derby Date Night and you love good roller derby and bad jokes, you can always become a member and get access to all sorts of cool perks that come with being a member. So you can check that out on our website or on our YouTube channel or all of the different places and find out how you can become a member and get a really cool wheel next to your name. Mom. Maloit getting a track cut, so this will be a power jam for Hamburger Buns and Cornfed. Hamburger Buns, who was solely a B-level skater last year, now skating on the A-team and currently in a power jam where Hamburger Buns is lead jammer, does decide to call it, freezing Maloik in the penalty box. So we will start our next jam as a power jam unless something weird happens with this official review. Burning River is calling an official review, so we are going to take a small break. 4. Yep, 4 is the max numbers. Your phone number? Only if it's 867-5309. But that would be so hard for a ref to call. Could you imagine? Like, whistle 874-530. Like, that's a lot. So I can see why 4 is the limit. Okay, more jokes. What do you call a cheerleading herb? An encouragement. What do you call someone who buys up the garden store's entire stock of shrubbery? A hedgehog. I'm so amused with myself, and Sirius is so not amused right now. Carl says if you had your phone number on your jersey, you would get random calls from people. That would be funny. Oh, look at this. That is adorable. They are like as close as they can possibly be to each other in that little circle. 2 of those skaters are retiring, so this is the last game tonight for Cosmo Payne and for Grizzly Barrett, who are both in the foreground of that shot. Foreground? Background. Background? Yeah, background. I don't know what I'm arguing with myself for.
Burning River wants their official reviews to overturn the cut
Okay.
on the jammer because the initiator went out. However, the cut was called because a non-initiator drew them back.
Got it.
So cut will stand.
Sounds good. Can you get out of the chair?
Yeah.
All right. So Burning River was asking for the cut call on the jammer to be overturned because the initiator of the hit on the jammer went out, which is true, but the cut call was called not because of the initiator of the hit, but was called for another skater that had superior position to the jammer that the jammer needed to cede to. And so that call will stand, and Burning River will lose their official review. Did that make sense to everybody? Cool. We're going to get started with some more roller derby then with 5.5 minutes. This poll is about to close with the vote very close right now for skater of the game. So do not hesitate. It's you got just a couple minutes to put that vote in for skater of the game, and they will be honored after the game. Hedgehogs can travel up to 1.2 miles at night. Huh. That's actually kind of far for a hedgehog, right? I wonder, Cindy, why you know this information. Like, what situation in life led to you knowing that hedgehogs can go 1.2 miles at night? I love hedgehogs. They're so cute. Anyway, roller derby happened while I was talking about things that are not hedgehogs and travel. So Cornfed scored 4 points, and I wasn't paying attention. So who was the jammer? Serious? You all are probably like, Aria, come on. You all know that I lose my focus, though. It's okay. We don't come here to be serious. Well, serious does. Misadventure up against misdirected anger. Misadventure out as lead jammer. Oh, they ran all night long. Huh. Did you give them a hedgehog speedometer to be able to measure how far they went? All right, that jam was called, but Burning River, I think, was able to sneak a point there. Nope, Cornfed got the point. And we have 3.5 minutes. I'm going to close this poll. Congratulations to Kilmore Girl, who has been chosen as your Derby Date Night Skater of the Game, as chosen by the chat. Kilmore Girl will be getting some special Derby Date Night stickers and the honor of being Skater of the Game, as voted on by Derby Date Night. Speaking of, our Skater of the Game is currently jamming up there. Kilmore Girl, the star has fallen off of her helmet. So is not being called lead jammer, but will be picking up the star. Now is lead jammer as that star is back in Kilmore Girl's possession. Spinelli was able to get out of the pack and is chasing down Kilmore Girl. This is your first place and second place jammers for Jammer of the Game. Kilmore Girl does grab 4 points and calls the jam. I do think some people, Goldie, wear those, like the Fitbit watches and things like that, but what I have been told is that it's really not accurate when you are skating. So it's going to be better at, like, judging your cardio and your heart rate and the fact that you are exercising for a certain amount of minutes, but in terms of a step, it's really not accurate. I know, I've loved Kilmore Girl's jumps. Those apex jumps have just been beautiful this entire game. So much fun to watch. Rust Belt Rider through as lead jammer for Burning River. As we get to close to the end of this game, Burning River is coming out with all these lead jammers. Misadventure able to get out of the pack. Beautiful offense from Maloik, but Grizz and Cosmo, your retiring skaters, were able to see it coming and forced Rust Belt to go back. Right now, Boggs doing some great one-on-one defense at the front. Rusty trying to get through, but getting pulled to the back. Boggs getting a penalty. No, not Boggs getting a penalty. Maloik getting a penalty. Headed to the box. Misadventure able to get through for 4 points. Rust Belt Rider is still lead jammer right now. Misadventure coming in on another scoring pass. Rust Belt Rider still trying to find space. Misadventure pulling the pack apart at the front. Getting pulled to the back as Rusty almost out. Comes up against Boggs, and those shoulders are just too much, and Rusty calls the jam. Cornfed 184, Burning River 73, with 47 seconds left in this game. We are going to have one more jam of this game and then a break before we have a whole nother game. For this likely last jam of the game, we have got Spinelli and Misdirected Anger. Misdirected Anger taking a hit from Cosmo, pushing Misdirected Anger to the outside. Spinelli also taking a hit to the outside and getting pulled to the back by Go-Go Geronimo. That's a fun name to say. Yeah, the shoulders have been heavy, Goldie. There's been a lot of shoulders today. Which, as long as you're going derby direction and hitting legal areas, you're allowed to do. All right, that pack's starting to speed up a little bit. Spinelli with the apex jump, foiled by Maloik. But Spinelli does get lead and immediately calls the jam. And that is your unofficial score, the end of the game. Cornfed with their, I think, was that their first win of this? I think that might be the All-Stars' first win of the season, at least home game. Congratulations, Cornfed. Burning River with a valiant effort, 187-77. Grizz finishes her career in the penalty box. That's, you know, you got to do everything in your very last game. So great job to our retiring skaters, and we are so excited to have had you here. And we will be back with you in just a little bit with a whole nother game on Derby Date Night. to Derby Date Night, Gardening Edition. You are joining us here at the Delaware County Fairgrounds in Muncie, Indiana, where we just finished a fabulous game between Cornfed Roller Derby and Burning River Roller Derby All-Stars, where Cornfed came out on top in the burnt corn competition. Now we are getting ready for our second game of the night between Burning River HazMat crew and Cornfed's Killer Kernels, the B teams of both of these teams. And we are so excited to see them. I see that Kyle, who's also in the room, has said that we are one in a melon. He's getting ready for this gardening theme, and we appreciate it. And we appreciate you, Kyle. Those of you there who have your little wheels, thank you for being members of the Third Wheels. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that in a second. But first, we should probably introduce ourselves. I am Aria, kidding me, and I am one half of Derby Date Night. I'm the talking half, the half that you get to hear. I've got all the play-by-play and some good corny jokes for you. Behind the scenes is my forever date night and husband of almost 20 years, Sirius Lee, and he hits all the buttons and does all the techie things and also occasionally reminds me that there's a game happening. We also like to tell jokes here at Derby Date Night, and tonight is no different. We have a theme for our jokes every game, and today, same thing, but we are going to do gardening jokes as voted on by our Third Wheels. So, because today's theme is gardening, you've got to get your gardening gloves ready because we are not only digging the derby today, we're also going to get a little dirty with our jokes. Not that kind of dirty. Take a second and let us know how experienced of a gardener you are. I love to plant things, but then I don't like to take care of them after they're planted. And Sirius is not so much into gardening. He's more of a lawn guy. He's definitely, you know, guys seem to be the lawnmower. Guys like and we have a riding lawnmower. He thinks it's cool. Anyway, welcome. If you're just finding us for the first time, we are so excited to have you here. We call our community our Third Wheels, your third wheel on our date, and we'd love to have you along for the ride. We love our Derby Date Nights, and we want to keep bringing you all the best Derby action. If you want to help take us to the next level, there are so many different ways you can support us. Please like and subscribe our channel, as it helps us grow. You can also find us at Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, derbydatenight.com, where you can also find our fabulous merch. We've got some beautiful merch that you can buy if you want to show everybody your support of Derby Date Night. If you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, you can join our YouTube membership program. If you want to scan that QR code right there on the screen, you can learn all about becoming a member and all the extra perks you get, like bonus content, shout-outs in our videos, members-only badges, and sneak peeks at upcoming games. Plus, your support helps us travel to more Derby events, improve our videos, and keep the Derby love rolling strong. So if you want to be a bigger part of the action, hit that join button and check out all the awesome perks waiting for you. Every membership makes a huge difference, and we want to honor all of the people who support us as members of Derby Date Night. You can see all of our different members of our practice squad, our charter team, and our all-stars up on the screen. We always like to recognize our third wheels because without them, we wouldn't be where we are today. We appreciate you all so much, and we love being able to bring you Derby Date Night. With that being said, I want to also talk to you about who you are going to be watching in this next game. Thanks, Carl. Carl enjoys his hoodie and the shirt. I think the hoodie's serious, and I literally live in our hoodies. All right, home team first. We have got 313 Misadventure, 11 Coginator, 1970 Lavender Menace, 219 Shred, 426 Calamity Jane, 542 Barbarian, 63 Hamburger Buns, 727 Creature, 86 Bashley, 46 Grizzly Barrett, 1215 Pure Polly, 2 Gremlin, 28 Debbie Darko, 517 Alpha Toradozer, 623 Hellskate, 707 Mad Catter, and 84 Bennett. On the Burning River side, we've got 2701 Rust Belt Rider, 10 Talk About Pain, 1021 Peach Hobbleher, 109 Larkspur, 17 Jesse Cushioner, 25 Go Go Geronimo, 412 Misdirected Anger, 669 Lil Pound Cake, 913 Biohazard, 3 Baby Ruthless, 1004 KC, 104 Poison IZ, 126 Galfox, 18 Hebrew Hammer, 330 Tambo, 443 Prince Slamlet, and 808 Tequila Sunrise. I started going real fast there as I saw them all lining up. I was like, I gotta speed up here. And we are already getting started with the Derby, and we are so excited. Not only to have you here, but we're so excited to see this crowd this place is just filled. And I love having a big crowd for a game. It always just brings the excitement up a notch, and everybody is ready for a whole nother game of fabulous Derby. And I hope you all are ready for these gardening jokes. Calamity Jane on the line for Cornfed, and Poison IZ for Burning River. Calamity Jane is the one who finds the space and becomes your first lead jammer of this game for Cornfed. But Poison IZ is able to get out about a quarter track behind. Calamity Jane coming around on a first scoring pass. That pack is speeding up a little bit as we come into the third corner. Calamity Jane preparing to engage in the pack, but Poison IZ also coming up to that pack. Calamity Jane calls the jam by hitting their hips and gets 3 points for Cornfed, putting Cornfed on the board first in this game. Jessica rooting for Cornfed all day. Who all are you all rooting for? Are you rooting for Burning River? Are you a burn, burn, burn? Or are you going Cornfed with the corn cobs? Speaking of, in 2 weeks, we'll be here for Small Town Smackdown, and I have heard they are making giant corn cobs, like out of milk cartons, and they're going to be like the height of a person. So be here for Small Town Smackdown. It's going to be so cool. Anyway, Jessecutioner has to get past Pure Poly at the front in order to become lead jammer. Shred recycling up to the front. Pure Poly with the hit to the outside, but Jesse is able to stay inbounds and become lead jammer. Meanwhile, Hamburger Buns trying to find any sort of space as the pack starts to stretch forward. Jessecutioner coming into the pack on a first scoring pass. Hamburger able to get past that last blocker to get out. Jessecutioner still in the pack right now, trying to find space, but takes a little tumble at the back of the pack. Hamburger Buns approaching the pack, but Jessecutioner will call the jam first. I believe that might be some points on the board now for Burning River. Was that 4? Wait, 4. And Burning River is taking the lead. Lead change, but it's only our second jam in, so I guess it's not that exciting when you have a lead change in the second jam. Mad Catter on the line for Cornfed Roller Derby. And Larkspur for Burning River. Larkspur taking a hit from Lav to the outside, but able to come back in, really zigging and zagging from side to side. Mad Catter is still stuck in that pack as Larkspur gets out to become lead jammer. Mad Catter almost out, takes a hit to the outside as Larkspur comes in on a scoring pass, also taking a hit to the outside. Mad Catter trying to follow some offense to get through. Mad Catter still stuck. Larkspur able to get past Lav at the front. Mad Catter has got to get past Pound Cake. Does so, but takes a little tumble, and Burning River will reform around Mad Catter. Mad Catter was so close to being out there. Mad Catter taking a minute as Larkspur's pulling the pack apart at the front. No pack being called, which means skaters need to attempt to make that pack a pack again. You cannot be too far away from the pack or they will call no pack. Larkspur is through, having scored 8 points, coming around, 37 seconds left. Mad Catter has passed the start of Barbarian, who has been able to get out of the pack and is now the jammer for Cornfed. Larkspur has gotten through for 4 more points, bringing that total to 12. Larkspur is chasing down Barbarian and decides to call the jam, preventing Cornfed from scoring any points, but they have done some damage, right? Goldie Socks? Sorry. I said, Sirius keeps telling me, he's like, you need to say what the chat says before you talk to them. So Goldie Socks said, number 109 is cruising. And I said, right? There, are you happy, serious? That was very good job there by Burning River and Larkspur. Calamity Jane for Cornfed. Poison IZ for Burning River. Poison IZ is trying to get past Polly at the front. That foot went out, but Polly also went out, so Poison IZ was able to continue to keep going and becomes lead jammer. Looks like Calamity Jane did get a penalty for a forearm, so this will be a power jam for Burning River. This is not what Cornfed wanted at the beginning of this game, as Calamity Jane is headed towards the penalty box. That penalty does not start until Calamity Jane sits in that chair now, 30 seconds. So it is important to hurry to that penalty box, because all the time you spend going to the penalty box does not count as part of your penalty. So while Poison IZ waits for Calamity Jane to get out of the box, Poison IZ is going to get 4 points, bringing that total to 8. Coming around now on a third scoring pass, as Calamity Jane is standing in the box, so will be released very shortly. Nice tripod work with Polly hitting out Poison IZ to the outside as Calamity Jane gets into the pack and is pulling that pack apart and able to get out, and will be hoping to force the call off, and does so. But the damage was done. Burning River was able to get up to 27 points with 11 points in that jam. And some nice work being done by lots of different people out there. Okay, I see Hamburger Buns with the star on. And for Burning River, we have got Misdirected Anger. We've seen both of these jammers in the first game. Okay, how do you jam in the first game and then also jam in the second game? Like, jamming is so hard. So impressed with the endurance of these skaters being able to come back out. Misdirected Anger is going to be your lead jammer for Burning River, but Hamburger Buns is going to be able to get out. Misdirected Anger is in the pack, has scored 4 points. Hamburger Buns is not going to be able to score any points, as Misdirected Anger is going to call the jam before Cornfed can score any points. That brings Burning River up to 31 to 3. Is that our first palindrome? No. Well, it depends on if you do Burning River first, it's 3-1-3. If you do Cornfed first, it's not a palindrome. But all right, I'm going to call it our first palindrome. Jesse Kushner and Missy have amazing endurance. Oh, endurance is so important in Derby, because you got to make it through that whole practice in order to make it through a game, because games you use even more of your energy. So that endurance is a big, important piece. Peach Hobble Her, nice. Peach Hobble Her just up at the front, just fighting to get out. Oh, almost became lead. And CJ, Calamity Jane comes out of nowhere and is going to be your lead jammer. Nice job there. Peach Hobbler was able to get out of the pack. Calamity Jane is through, has gotten 4 points for Cornfed, and calls the jam, keeping Peach Hobbler from getting any points. Oh, Michael Kwan shows up when I say palindrome. I think it's like Beetlejuice. This is how you call Michael Kwan. You say palindrome 3 times. Hi, Michael. You missed our first game. Cornfed won by a lot of points. And this is our second game of the night with the Cornfed Killer Kernels and Burning River HazMat team. Barbarian for Cornfed Roller Derby and KC for Burning River. KC just has to get past Lav at the front and is able to do so to become lead jammer. Barbarian, also with 1 to get past, does so about half a track, whatever, behind. Barbarian chasing down KC. KC in the pack and calling that jam. 4 points for Burning River. That's how you do it. When you've got a jammer chasing you down, just get your 4 points and you call it. Hamburger Buns with the star for Cornfed. Line it up next to Jesse Kushner. A secret project? You can't say secret project with your 43 best friends and not tell us what the secret project is. Ooh, Angel City. I'm excited about secret projects for Angel City. Have you been watching any of the Dawn of the Dead Derby? Is that what it's called? The Murda tournament happening in Pittsburgh. I saw the Aftershocks and Race City play earlier. It's a good game. Jesse Kushner is your lead jammer. Hamburger Buns is stuck in that pack. Where is Hamburger? Oh, has the star off on that inside line, being forced to the back while Jesse Kushner is trying to pull that pack apart at the front, takes a hit to the outside, and Polly is going to take Jesse Kushner all the way back. Hamburger continuing to try and find any sort of space. Jesse Kushner also getting slowed down. Both jammers trying to find space. There it is. Jesse Kushner is able to get through. Polly has taken the star. Barum, Hamburger, and Polly will be the jammer for Cornfed now. Jesse does decide to call the jam and was able to score 4 points total for Burning River. Cornfed forcing that call off. The score is 11-40. 29 points separate these two teams, and we have seen 24-point jams, so the score could change very quickly in Derby. Today, the biggest jam we saw was 20. We'll see if anybody can beat or match that in this game. 20 points. Who was that got that jam? Do you remember? I think it was Spinelli. All right, Larkspur, who did some big damage last time she was out as jammer, but Calamity Jane is the one who's going to be called lead jammer. Larkspur taking a hit to the outside and trying to keep that pack moving as Calamity Jane comes around on a first scoring pass. Calamity Jane taking a hit from, I think that was Peach Cobbler. And another hit to the inside from Peach Cobbler. Peach Cobbler getting in the way of her own jammer just a little bit. Lav with a huge hit to Larkspur. This is just like big hit after big hit right now. We're just exchanging hit for hit, but Lav does get a direction for that and will go to the penalty box. Larkspur is able to get through. Calamity Jane still lead. Both jammers have scored 4 points, and that is going to do ya. Both jammers are going to go back to their benches now, and we're going to start this again. Winona and Jessica in the chat, just excited for everybody and some roller derby. You can also send super chats on our channel if you want to shout out a skater that you really love or a ref or just shout out somebody. You can hit that little $sign and you can send a super chat, even just for a couple bucks or even a little bit more. All proceeds go to Derby Date Night and helping us keep this derby stream going. Poison Izzy is out as lead jammer. Barbarian pushing through, also able to get out, but is about half a track behind. Poison Izzy coming around on a first scoring pass. Barb chasing down Poison Izzy. And nobody's going to score any points in that jam. These teams feel really evenly matched. Like they keep trading lead jammer for lead jammer. The blockers are all like one side will do something, then the other side is like, we're going to do that too. So it's been a well matched matchup so far. 16 minutes left in this first half. Hamburger Buns and Misdirected Anchor on the line for their respective teams. Oh no, Lav getting another penalty and headed to the box. Misdirected Anger able to get through and will be your lead jammer. Hamburger Buns also through. Hamburger Buns chasing down Misdirected Anger. Misdirected Anger is through for 4 points. Amberger trying to find any sort of space. And Amber is through and able to stay in bounds to get through for 4 points. Misdirected Anger does get through the pack for a second pass for another 4 points and calls the jam. Okay. Cornfed has got 3 blockers out there. Looks like the pivot is going to be starting in the box. And Burning River has all 4 blockers out on the track as Calamity Jane and Larkspur line up for their respective teams. Calamity Jane trying to find space on the inside. Larkspur taking a hit to the outside. Calamity taking a little tumble. Larkspur able to get around, shooting up the outside, takes a hit from Polly, who also falls, which means Larkspur can enter back in the pack and is not lead jammer because of a no pass, no penalty. I think it was Polly whose point Larkspur did not get there. Penalty was called on, I think, Peach. Calamity still in the pack on that initial, has to get past one more blocker and does so and becomes lead jammer, but Larkspur is in the pack right now on a scoring pass. Calamity is gonna try and score some points for Cornfed here. Calamity coming around on a first scoring pass. Larkspur is through on a first scoring pass. Larkspur coming around to hoping to score a few more points. Calamity is through and calls. So Calamity did end up tying Larkspur's score there, so keeping any damage to a minimum. Barbarian has the star for Cornfed. And I think, is that KC? With the star for, no, Poison IZ. Okay, really? KC is 1004 and Poison IZ is 104. That is confusing. There's just a 0 difference as we were talking about people with 4 numbers. Barbarian just having to get past one more blocker and does so to become lead jammer for Cornfed. Poison IZ able to bust out of that pack about half a track behind Barbarian. Barbarian coming around on a first scoring pass. That pack is speeding up, going around between turns 2 and 3. Barbarian in the pack. Poison IZ right behind Barbarian. Barbarian calls it and was able to grab 2 points for Cornfed, bringing them to 25. All right, we got 1 blocker in the box for Cornfed and nobody in the box for Burning River. So Hamburger Buns on the line for Cornfed. And I think that's Larkspur. No, Jesse Kushner for Burning River. Hamburger Buns trying to hop to the inside. Jesse Kushner pulling the pack to the outside and then cutting to the inside to become lead jammer. Amber also able to get through, will be almost half a track behind. The pack starts to speed up as they go around the second turn. Jesse Kushner coming into the pack, runs into Lav and calls the jam. Picking up 2, but Cornfed was able to snag, 2 and 2. Nice job there. Again, nobody's stretching that lead out anymore. This game is stuck at however many points are between these teams. I do have a calculator, but I didn't pull it out. What if I did like math like I did in elementary school? 8 minus 7 is 1. 5 minus 2 is 31. Look, faster than grabbing the calculator and pressing the buttons. Although if the top number had been smaller than the bigger number, I don't know what I would have done. Barbarian taking a hit to the inside and recycling at the back while Larkspur is able to stay inbounds and upright. And Larkspur is lead, but Barbarian is in front of Larkspur. These jammers are speeding up. Larkspur has passed Barbarian. The pack is speeding up and stretching out as Larkspur approaches the pack, goes outside and hits those hips, indicating they are calling the jam. And 2 points were scored there for Burning River, bringing them to 60 points. A timeout has been called. We have 10 minutes left in this first half, and this is going to be, what, the first gardening joke I get to tell in this game? Whew, I got to tell so many more in the last game. All right. Oh, it's an official timeout? Or it's a official review? Okay. So it's being called by Cornfed, and we will find out what that is about in a minute. So, serious. I just saw 2 birds that were stuck together in the garden. I think they were Velcros. What rock would you find inside a garden shed? Just shedimentary. I hired a landscape gardener today. He couldn't help me. My garden has a portrait layout. He's a landscaper. Yeah. Nope. I would need a portrait. A portraiter? He says keep going. Keep going. I hope I can save my herb garden from infestation. I'm running out of time. Don't yawn. You're bored by my jokes? How rude. How does a gardener lead a horse to water? A lot of carrots. Sirius is so excited to see Mike coming. You coming here means I have to stop telling jokes, so Sirius is happy.
You're welcome, John. Cornfed was requesting a skating out of bounds on the jammer at the end of that last jam.
Uh-huh.
We determined that they did leave without contact, but it was because they were attempting a hit and missed. So the no call will stand. Cornfed will not.
Thank you. All right, so Cornfed was requesting that official review. They wanted a skating out of bounds called on the jammer from Burning River. The refs did see that that jammer left the track without contacting anybody, which you are not allowed to do intentionally, but they did decide that that skater did not do that intentionally. They were attempting a hit and missed the skater, which propelled them out of bounds. So they weren't actually skating out of bounds to like avoid something. Due to gameplay is why they went out of bounds without. Carl just got the time joke. Yes, time, the herb. Yeah, that official review did take some time. Oh, it took Carl some time to get the gardening joke? Oh, God. Okay. Moving on. We'll just say moving on. 10 minutes left. Wait, is this another official review? No. Okay, it's over. Mad Catter for Cornfed and Poison Ivy for Burning River. Poison Ivy getting pushed to the inside. Mad Catter just stuck at the back, kind of weaving back and forth, hoping that there's some space opening up on the inside or in the middle, and it does. So Mad Catter is through, but Poison Ivy also found space pretty much right at the same time. So these two jammers are going to be racing to the pack. Mad Catter is a new jammer for Cornfed. I have not seen Mad Catter jamming before, so nice to see a new face and a new skater. All right, both jammers in the pack. Mad Catter is still lead, but it is Poison Ivy who gets through for 4 points. Mad Catter is in that pack. A little bit of a dust up, and Mad Catter decides to call the jam. Burning River did outscore Cornfed on that jam 4-2. This is still a pretty low-scoring game, though. And anybody's game. We all know that. All right. Getting ready for our 16th jam of the game. Cornfed 29, Burning River 64. Oh, Poison IZ. Okay, Winona Spider, is telling me that the white jammer is Poison IZ, not Poison Ivy. But we also have an Ivy Brusinia on the Cornfed team. So, okay, IZ, not IV. Got it. Is it IZ or is Poison? I would go with IZ. We'll just take a guess here. Calamity Jane chasing down Misdirected Anger. They have both gotten out of the pack. Whew! This is our 4th weekend in a row doing Derby, and I think my brain and my mouth are going to appreciate having next weekend off before we get ready for a 12-game weekend with the Small Town Smackdown in 2 weeks. Okay, thank you, Winona. IZ. Got it. Both jammers in the pack. Calamity Jane taking a tumble at the back of the pack. Misdirected Anger is through for 4 points for Burning River. Orela, we do a different theme of jokes every single game. And we also let our members vote on our joke themes. This week they got to choose between grilling, gardening, and graduation. And they chose gardening, and so that's the jokes they get. We here at Derby Date Night like to bring you good roller derby and bad jokes. And I try to make my husband, seriously, laugh. And it works about 15% of the time. Yeah, I'm going to go with 15. Oh, you're watching from Stockton, California. Hello out there at 4 o'clock and 42 minutes in the afternoon. It's evening here. And we are finishing up with our second game. We're not finishing up. We're still in the first half of our second game of the night. Barbarian on the line for Cornfed and Larkspur for Burning River, but we are in a timeout, which means I get to tell you some more jokes. The definition of secret is not different in Australia. So Michael Kwan's not telling us his secrets. Unfortunately. I was trying to think if I have a secret that I can tell you guys that would be interesting. Do I have any secrets that I could tell people? I do. No, I can't tell any of our schedule for June yet, can I? When do our members get to find out our schedule for June? This week? This week, our members get to find out our schedule for June, and we have a big one on the calendar for June. I think you guys are going to be super excited. There's something big brewing, so if you want to be the first ones to know our June schedule, then be a member, and you'll get to find out. How do you become a member? Serious. Show us the QR code. I sound like I'm selling something on QVC. And use that QR code to find yourself all the details on how to become a member. I didn't even tell a joke. Barbarian and Larkspur. Oh, everybody falling down. It's a banana jam. Barbarian recovering. Finding a tripod at the front of the pack. Larkspur up on those toe stops, weaving from side to side, and gets out to become lead jammer for Burning River. Barbarian continuing to try and find space and is out, but Larkspur is currently entering the pack, swings to the outside, takes a hit to the inside. Barbarian coming around on a scoring pass. Barbarian ran right into Larkspur there. Is everybody good? Polly just waved at the ref, so I'm assuming we're good. 1 point for Cornfed, 4 for Burning River. 3 people can keep a secret so long as 2 of them are dead. Mark Twain. Wasn't that also in the theme song for Pretty Little Liars? Got a secret, can keep it. Yeah. And this pocket in your pocket. It's that. Yeah. Anyway. Hamburger Buns is your lead jammer for Cornfed Roller Derby. KC jamming for Burning River. Ooh, with a nice juke around Lav to get out about half a track behind Hamburger Buns. Hamburger Buns in the pack on a scoring pass. KC chasing Hamburger down. Hamburger trying to find any holes in that pack. KC is the one who finds the holes on the outside and gets through for 4 points. Hamburger continuing to fight. Is at the back of the pack. KC coming around to try and score more points. Hamburger is through. What's happening? A penalty? Did Hamburger get a penalty? Oh, I guess so. I didn't see what happened. Good job, Carl. Carl knows his American history. I don't know my Australian history. I'll tell you that. Don't quiz me, Carl. Okay, KC. Why is the scoreboard is still blinking that Amberger is lead. Amberger is not. Nobody's lead. We're going to go for 2 minutes because you can't stay lead once you're in the box. So Amberger has less than 10 seconds left. KC has a power jam right now for Burning River. KC through for another 4 points, bringing Burning River's total to 12 in this jam. Or maybe, yep. Amberger out of the box, 26 seconds left in this jam. Amberger, I believe, is on a scoring pass. Yes, on a scoring pass. Oh, KC coming through that pack like it's nothing. Slicing through the pack like butter. Melted butter, not hot, not cold butter out of the fridge. That butter, you don't slice through that butter. It's hard to spread on toast, you know. Both jammers approaching the pack. And that jam comes to its official natural conclusion. Serious, what are the 4 seasons? Salt, pepper, mustard, vinegar. I don't know why they chose those 4. Don't ask. What do you call 2 young spiders that just got married and moved to a garden? Newlyweds. That's kind of cute. I'm imagining a little spider ceremony. Would a spider have 8 veils? We have 3.5 minutes left in this first half of this game. Calamity Jane getting a quick lead jammer there. And jammer 4, Burning River, is through as well and chasing down Calamity Jane, who is currently entering the pack on a scoring pass. Tequila Sunrise is the jammer for Burning River. Something weird's happening with the clock. Calamity decides to call the jam with 2 minutes and 56 seconds left. Score Cornfed 42, Burning River 92. Is that? No. Pure Polly's not lining up as jammer. That's Barbarian. That is not Pure Polly. Erase that. Erase that. Pure Polly would be like, that is blasphemy. I am not jamming. Polly will pivot, but we do not usually see Polly as a jammer. So Barbarian on the line for Cornfed, and that is Peach Hobble Her. Oh, Barbarian is through. Peach Hobble Her is hoping to find some space as well and does so, chasing Barbarian out of this pack. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left in this half. Barbarian and Peach are both racing to the pack. Both jammers currently in the pack. Which jammer is going to come out first? It's going to be Peach. Barbarian does call the jam, though. I believe Cornfed was outscored on that one. 4-2. 97-48. Burning River's probably going to want to go into halftime with a score over 100, but Cornfed is going to be trying their best to stop that. Mad Catter with the star up against Poison IZ. And that jam has started. Poison IZ trying to go up the middle. Mad Catter on the outside takes a big hit from KC. Poison IZ pulling up to the front of the pack. Staying inbounds, becomes lead jammer and will be trying to dash out of that pack. Mad Catter, meanwhile, also finding some space and will be chasing down Poison IZ with 1 minute left in this period. As we go to halftime, if you have a skater that you think should be nominated for Skater of the Game, put their name down in the chat. And during the halftime, I will be choosing 1 jammer and 1 blocker from each team to be nominated for you to vote on as Skater of the Game. At the end of the game, they will receive some pretty cool Derby Date Night stickers and the honor of knowing that the Derby Date Night chat voted them Skater of the Game. 34 seconds left in this first half, 50-100. That's not a palindrome, but it's pretty. We've had some nice, pretty scores. Not a palindrome, but just pretty. I know, so many good big hits in this game. Calamity Jane up against Poison IZ. Wait, is Poison IZ in the penalty box? Oh, this is a power jam for Cornfed and Calamity Jane. Poison IZ is still sitting in the penalty box. Calamity Jane trying to pull that pack up to the front, trying to pull that pack apart at the front, has got one blocker to get past and is through and will become lead jammer as Poison IZ is in the pack now. Period clock has run out. The differential, shut up, Michael Kwan. It's 50. That one's an easy one. I don't need to do math for that. Calamity Jane in the pack on a scoring pass. Poison IZ is through and coming around to try and score some points. Calamity Jane is through. Let's see, we are going to go into halftime with 102 for Burning River and 54 for Cornfed Roller Derby. This is anybody's game, even though it looks like a big spread. I have seen this change in 2 jams, this type of a spread. Michael Kwan, I'm going to go back and continue to try and do the math to figure out what this differential is and go figure out who my Skater of the Game nominees are going to be and also talk to my friends. What else am I going to do? What are you going to do during halftime? You going to get some new snacks? What kind of snacks are you going to get? All right, have fun for the next 15 minutes. I'll be back with you in just a little bit on Derby Date Night. welcome back to Derby Date Night. Am I live? Okay, cool. I can't hear myself, so I'm like, am I really live? So welcome back to Derby Date Night, Gardening Edition. I haven't been able to tell as many gardening jokes in this game, but we have been enjoying a fabulous game between Cornfed Roller Derby and Burning River Roller Derby. And we are already getting back to the action with this second half of the game. Mad Catter and Poison IZ are on the lines for their respective teams. Let's see. Both jammers stuck in the pack. Mad Catter was pulling to the front, but it is Poison IZ who becomes lead jammer for Burning River Roller Derby. And Mad Catter is headed to the penalty box, so this will be a power jam for Poison IZ and the rest of the Burning River team. That is not how Michael says 48 points. It was 48. Thanks, Michael Kwan. It's not 48 anymore, though, because Poison Ivy has just scored 4 points for Burning River. IZ. Did I do it again? Big hit from Lavender Menace to force Poison IZ to slow down. And Poison IZ is through. Mad Catter is out of the box and in the pack on an initial pass. No points being scored yet until Mad Catter can get through that pack. Poison IZ is coming into the pack on a third scoring pass right now. Mad Catter's taking that star off. Two penalties for a blocker from Burning River there. As Mad Catter had the star off, might be looking for Lavender Menace to pass the star to as Poison IZ comes through on a third scoring pass. Lavender Menace did take that star and will now be the jammer for Cornfed. Poison IZ just got a back block, so we are going to start this next jam as a power jam for Cornfed, which is exactly what they wanted to happen. Okay, I'm going to try and type and talk at the same time and give you the nominees for Skater of the Game in the chat that you can vote for in the poll. Hamburger Buns and Poison IZ starting as jammers. Poison IZ in the box for 30 seconds. And Hamburger Buns is able to get through and will become lead jammer.
Lead jammer is Hamburger Buns. And there are
only two blockers out there for Burning River right now for Hamburger to get through. Pierre Polly trying to do some offense, and Hamburger is through for 4 points for Cornfed. Poison IZ is out of the box. And coming back into the pack, this is still Poison IZ's initial. Michael, I don't think I'm going to nominate Bona, but I know you would like to vote for Bona. I will let Bona know that you specifically nominated Bona as Skater of the Game. For those who do not know, Bona is a ref and is the one of 2 outside pack refs right now. Hamburger Buns calling the jam after scoring 8 points. OC, I started watching the game again. All right, I'm writing down my people. Given their numbers so you can watch them. Remember, once I put the poll up, you have got all the way until 5 minutes left to vote, so you don't have to vote immediately. You can't vote for Bona, people. Okay, 2 votes for Bona so far. You guys can't all vote for Bona. The chat has gone rogue. And Rogue, I know you're in there somewhere in the chat. I don't mean you. Calamity Jane currently lead jammer. You guys are all distracting me from doing this poll, and you all know I can't multitask. Okay, I've typed 2 of the names so far. I'm supposed to write 4 people down. Okay, what's happening? Calamity Jane is still lead. Larkspur coming around, trying to score some points. Calamity calling it. Hey, Michael Kwan. Oh, dang it. 49. It was 50 for a second. 7 points scored by Cornfed. Chipping into that lead that Burning River has established. Get out your salsa and guacamole. Jetsexecutioner on the line up against Barbarian. I'm worried that Barbarian is going to do something not good because I'm typing Barbarian's name at this moment. All right, the poll is about to. Oh, there we go. Lead jammer. I can confidently put up my poll now. All right, I've chosen 1 jammer and 1 blocker from each team to nominate as Skater of the Game. Don't start voting too quickly because you've got all the way until 5 minutes left in this game to vote for your Skater of the Game. And at the end of the game, that skater will get some cool stickers from Derby Date Night and the honor of knowing that the chat voted for them. The entire Derby Date Night chat thinks they are Skater of the Game. Jetsexecutioner is out of the pack. So is Barbarian. They have both scored 4 points here. Bona already has all the Derby Date Night stickers, so I don't know if I could even. I'll find some sort of a prize to give Bona as the honorary Skater of the Game, if that will make you all happy. Let's see, what can I get Bona? Let me look in my backpack, see what I got. Oh, I might have something cool. Hold on. I'm looking. Okay, I have a chili pepper. It's a plastic chili pepper. I got it from Johnny Pepper. I think I'm going to pass it on to Bona. I'm going to pass on the chili pepper. It's perfect. Because she's hot. Hamburger Runs is lead jammer, being followed closely by KC. That pack is speeding up. Rachel wants Bona to at least get a crisp high 5. KC is all the way through the pack for 4 points. Amberger also through the pack. Amberger is behind KC and decides to call the jam. Both skaters having scored 4 points in that jam. Okay, we got a lot of people voting for the high 5, so I might just keep the chili pepper. I don't know what else is in my bag. Let's see. Oh, I have a sticker that says the world is brighter with you in it. And it's sparkly. Okay, I'm going to stop now. Calamity Jane and Larkspur are jamming for their respective teams. Larkspur seeing some space on the inside. Oh! Pretty little, hopped right over Pure Poly, but also got a penalty. Wait, what happened? What was that penalty for? I didn't see it. I thought it looked pretty. Well, it was illegal, whatever it was. Calamity Jane out of the box. Both jammers have spent time in the box, so you know what that means. This is a 2-minute jam. We got a minute and a half for both of these skaters to score as many points as they can. Oh, that was unfortunate for Calamity Jane because the pack had moved closer to Larkspur, and Calamity Jane was still going around the big track. Larkspur got out of the box and went immediately into the pack, whereas Calamity Jane was still going around the track. So Larkspur has made it through on her initial. Calamity Jane has also gotten through on her initial. CJ is about half a track away from that pack. Larkspur has made it through for 4 points. Here comes Calamity Jane to try and match those 4 points. Calamity through for 4. Larkspur entering the pack. Larkspur through for 4 points. And here comes Calamity Jane. Is anybody going to be able to slow these two jammers down? Calamity Jane approaching the pack, 30 seconds left in this jam. Larkspur has outscored Calamity Jane by 4 points. Calamity through, never mind, they're tied now. But Larkspur is currently in the pack and scoring points, 16 seconds left. Larkspur through for another 4. Calamity's gonna get a chance to try and match that, but I think that's all the time we're gonna have left here. Is for Calamity to try and grab a few points. Larkspur is going so fast, hoping. Yep, Larkspur stole a point there at the end. Bringing the total to 13 in that jam for Larkspur. 141 to 90, Burning River to Cornfed. And since we don't have timeouts, I'm just going to keep telling. My gardener talked to me about edible herbs that I can grow. It was sage advice. Seriously, you didn't even smile or roll your eyes, or I got nothing. Well, but did you hear about the gardener who went crazy? He was hearing voices in his shed. Mad Catter up against Misdirected Anger. Mad Catter is your lead jammer. Misdirected Anger is following about a half a track behind. Misdirected Anger approaching that pack. Mad Catter hitting those hips. Did either one jammer got 2 points? And it was 3 points for Burning River. Carl, which team are you really rooting for? I don't trust you anymore. I think he is rooting for Cornfed because, you know, Derby Date Night is housed from Muncie, Indiana. I know, Cornfed's really, I mean, they've only got 18 minutes left to try and cut into this lead. Hamburger Buns, and Hamburger is going to grab lead jammer, but it's going to be followed closely by Poison IZ. These two jammers are going to race to the pack. The pack is speeding up, trying to protect those points. Hamburger in the pack. IZ in the pack. Hamburger through, avoiding a hit. Just sailing on through. That was very pretty. Poison IZ still stuck in that pack, hoping to find some space. Couple people taking a tumble. Hamburger coming in on another scoring pass, avoiding a hit there. IZ up against Pure Poly, queen of one-on-one backwards blocking. And that jam is called. Cornfed having scored 8 points there. I think it's going to be more, though. Burning River having scored 4. 98 to 148, Michael Kwan. I think that's 50 again. I thought so, Carl. Okay. I stood in my garden early yesterday, wondering where the sun had gone. Then it dawned on me. Peach Hobble her. Almost out with lead jammer. Comes into a little bit of a collision as everybody's resetting there. Peach Hobbler gets up and just gets away with lead jammer. Mad Catter was also able to get out of the pack and is about a quarter track behind Peach Hobbler. The pack is kind of slowly going around turn 3, getting ready for Peach Hobbler to come in. Peach Hobbler making it through, and I think got 3 out of 4 points there and called the jam, bringing Burning River to 151. That's fair, Carl. I'm excited for 2 weeks from now. We will have 12 different teams. How many teams? 8 teams? 8 teams playing in 12 games over 2 days. So we will be live all day Saturday and all day Sunday. And I'm going to try to focus for 12 games. We'll see how Sunday goes. And Sirius is also going to try to be here for all 12 games. His camera switching also takes some focus. Calamity Jane and Misdirected Anger. CJ getting a track. No. A track cut? No, a no pass, no penalty. So cannot be lead jammer. That honor goes to Misdirected Anger. Calamity is approaching the pack on a first scoring pass. Misdirected Anger is not going to call that pack. is helping me announce? I don't know, Michael Kwan. I've talked with Coach Eric a little bit. He might be on the mic. I've talked with Kimbo Slicer, who has talked about getting on the mic with me. I don't think Melody will be available. She's doing a lot of other things that weekend. And me. I'm going to be helping me announce. Why? You volunteering to come all the way from California, Michael? I know. I do have a theme, though, Goldie. You're saying I need a lot of jokes for 12 games. I have a theme, and I think I can find enough jokes to last for 12 games that are farm jokes. Farming, Old MacDonald, farms. Halfway through the second period. 102 to 155. Cornfed has gone above that 100 mark. Hamburger Buns and Poison IZ. Poison IZ finding space on the inside line and getting through to become lead jammer for Burning River. Oh, Chaos. I would love to have you on the mic, but you're coaching. Will you have time? I would happily have you on the mic. Okay, I got to tell you another joke. Okay, this one's kind of inappropriate, but I think it's okay. My wife is furious at our next door neighbor who sunbathes nude in her garden. Personally, I'm on the fence. That you find funny, serious? Inappropriate jokes. Kids have gone to bed at this point. Aw, thanks, Chaos. Lexi's going to crash our date. Sirius is very picky about who he allows to be a third wheel on the mic. That's true. So if you get chosen to be a third wheel on the microphone, that is an honor. We have a very small group of people who are able to be invited. Let's see, Barbarian is putting the star on. I don't know if Barbarian realizes the star is currently inside out. In order to get points, the star has to be visible, and I don't know how visible those stars are. This is going to be an interesting conversation. As is Barbarian going to score any points here while Larkspur is waiting in the penalty box? What?
Hands behind his back.
Is the star... I mean, I can see the outline of the star. So there is still a star. I see the outline of it. The thread is white. So you can still see a star. Okay. So they are gonna award points there to Barbarian. Larkspur is out of the box. Oh, Boggs just told Barbarian it's inside out. So Barbarian's getting it fixed. Larkspur through for 4 points for Burning River. I know, I think Ogre is deep in thought about it. I wonder if they're going to have an official review after this of whether or not those 4 points actually are going to be counted. I don't know. I don't know the rules of how visible the star has to be. Michael Kwan, are you still in there? You would give those points? Or you would official review it? Yeah. If I was Burning River, I might too. Because it was not super visible. It was just the thread. Ogre's hand on chin placement shows he is excited to chat about this one. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to. Did you see Biz just spin around? Did you get that on camera? Official review being called by Burning River. Oh, Michael Kwan, you are a fortune teller. Isn't that what it is? Clairvoyant. What? Nostradamus. All those things. Did the jam ref indicate it was inside out? Because it was Boggs, one of our skaters, who told the skater that their helmet was inside out. It was not. It was one of our skaters who's sitting down on the ground watching the game who told the jammer that her helmet cover was on inside out. So it was not, unless you saw the jam ref telling her that it was on inside out. I would bet my lunch that they're talking about the star not being visible. So that means I get to tell you some jokes. I have a bird feeder in the garden. It also works as a cat feeder. That's not nice. We don't let our cat outside. Our birds have have privacy. No, Boggs is Boggs from the first game. Used to be a junior skater, is now a Cornfed skater, is an amazing human and derby player. Love Boggs. Which Marvel superhero is the best gardener? You should know this one. The Incredible Hulk. He has a green thumb. How did you not get that one, Sirius? You should have gotten that one. It's totally up your alley. All right. How do I still have so many gardening jokes? I still have like 50 jokes to go. I'm not going to get through 50 jokes in the next 11 and a half minutes, I don't think. Okay. Let's watch the Cornfed score. See if they're going to tell us. Yeah, exactly, Rachel. I don't know how they define visible. Ogre's in his I'm giving information pose. Hmm?
To the small people.
Well, JJ is very short. I mean, JJ is... Ogre's on his knee, and you can barely see JJ's face. Lav is on skates, so taller than usual. Do they get to keep the 4 points or not keep the 4 points?
It's actually not about that.
Oh, it wasn't about that?
They want a penalty issued to the captain for fielding too many skaters at the beginning of the jig.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Well, they had 4 on the track and 1 in the box. But
Okay.
that is by definition not a penalty as long as we can pull the skater, the extra skater off the track before there's any game impact. And we did.
Okay, awesome. All right, so that was not about the thing that we just discussed, so we had our own official review there. But what that was about was Burning River was asking for a penalty to the captain for fielding too many skaters. There were 4 skaters on the track and 1 in the box from Cornfed at the beginning of that jam, but they were able to pull that skater off the track before there was any game impact. And so the official review will be lost by Burning River, and the no call will stand. Carl, did you just recently see a movie called Abigail? Like, why are you... why are we talking about Abigail? I've never even heard of this movie. Misdirected Anger is lead jammer and coming into the pack on a first scoring pass. Mad Catter, meanwhile, has gotten out of the pack, but has a forearm penalty and will be headed to the penalty box. So this is going to be a power jam for Misdirected Anger and Burning River Roller Derby. Mad Catter is in the penalty box, has not sat yet, has just sat with the pivot Lav, so they will wait together. Misdirected Anger through for 4 points for Burning River Roller Derby. While I've got y'all here and we're watching Misdirected Anger score some points, don't forget to think about, if you haven't voted yet in the poll for Skater of the Game, don't forget to vote for Skater of the Game. They will get some special Derby Date Night stickers and the honor of knowing that the chat voted them as Skater of the Game. And then set your alarms, set your clocks, set your calendars, set everything for 2 weeks from today on May, what is it? Oh yeah, your birthday. Sirius is May 30th, which is Friday night. We will be setting up. That is Sirius's birthday. We're going to set up technology. Then on Saturday, May 31st, we will have 7 games of roller derby. Then we will sleep for a very short amount of time. And then Sunday, June 1st, we will have 5 more games of derby, including the championship of the Tournament of Champions. What do we call the winner? The Tournament of... Yeah? I'm trying to remember. It's the SmackDown, it's the Tournament of Champions, and then we have the Aw Shucks bracket. So, the champion of the corn. I hope you're here. That is always one of our favorite weekends, and if you tune in for anything, you should just tune in to listen to me slowly lose my mind over 12 games of announcing, and talk about food a lot during the second day usually. Yeah. Yep. Start to lose it a little bit during the second day. And then we'll be into June, and our June schedule is also fabulous. We're crazy, and we're going to have a game every single weekend in June, but I can't tell you what they are yet. Yeah, we are. I'm sorry, Sirius. We already talked about this. You know the schedule. I know, I'm excited for the Small Town Smackdown too. We're going to have so many different teams here, and I always love like getting to know all these new teams who come from all over for these tournaments. Mad Catter is in the penalty box as jammer. Poison IZ taking a big ol' hit there from Bash. Slowing Poison IZ down. Mad Catter out of the box and getting lead jammer. That's beautiful. Taking a big ol' hit to the outside. Mad Catter immediately calls it. Mad Catter was like, no, I don't want to get pulled back. I'm just going to call it. We're going to call this done.
Great job.
Carl, what is it about this movie, Abigail? Carl says, I hope Sirius does something special for his birthday other than just roller derby. Like watch the movie Abigail. Carl, you have a focus on this movie, Abigail. Is this a new movie? Or is this just some random horror movie that you really want to make the whole chat watch? CJ up against Peach Hobbleher. We should make everybody at the Small Town Smackdown sing Happy Birthday to Sirius. He would hate that so much. Peach Hobbleher is lead jammer, but Calamity Jane is right behind. The pack is going to slow down between turns 3 and 4 as both jammers are approaching that pack at a high speed. A little bit of a tumble from everybody as we wait to see who got which points. A back block getting called on Calamity Jane. So we will start this next jam as a power jam for Burning River Roller Derby. I feel like we've gotten kind of high in penalties. We're not doing EPLT today, so we don't get to know how high we are in penalties. I haven't seen any skaters walk past me looking sad with their skates in their hands yet, so usually that's how I know someone has reached 7 penalties when we don't have EPLT. All right, Misdirected Anger trying to take advantage of this 30-second power jam by getting lead jammer for Burning River. All right, Misdirected Anger coming around on a first scoring pass. Calamity Jane standing in the penalty box. Misdirected Anger currently on a scoring pass. Calamity Jane will still have to go through the pack once for an initial pass before being eligible to score. Misdirected Anger is through for 4 points for Burning River. Calamity Jane in the pack. Trying to find space on the inside line. Gets recycled to the back. Misdirected Anger avoiding a hit from Pure Poly gets through for 4 more points for Burning River. Calamity Jane getting another penalty. And this is going to be another power jam. Now Calamity's a little bit confused, but going to the box. Misdirected Anger through for another 4 points. 40 seconds left in this jam. I don't think Misdirected Anger can we do 2 laps in 35 seconds? Let's see. Ooh, getting slowed down in the pack here. And Misdirected Anger is through for 16. If Misdirected Anger can grab 4 more points, that will tie for the biggest jam of the day. We've got 6 minutes and 21 seconds left. Less than 2 minutes to vote for your skater of the game. Everybody's just whistles. All right, that was 20 points. Burning River getting to 201 and Misdirected Anger with the highest scoring jam of the game. Good job, Misdirected Anger. What are we reviewing now? Is it another timeout? Oh, yep, somebody's official reviewing something. Let's tell some more jokes. What is a gardener's favorite novel? War and Peas. Why did the gardener quit? Well, his celery wasn't high enough. I love wordplay. A weed is a plant that has mastered every survival skill except learning how to grow in rows. It's a plant if it grows in rows. Michael Kwan says it's time to talk about pizza toppings. We always end up there, Michael. We always end up there. Oh, everybody's so excited for misdirected anger. That was very nice. That was really good bringing them to. I should bring a whole pizza to Small Town Smackdown. I should just order pizza. We should order like a pizza every like 3 hours and try different toppings. What do you think, Sirius? He doesn't like different toppings though. He only likes pepperoni. I'm willing to eat most any topping, but he is like a purist. Pepperoni only. Chicken bacon ranch. Oh yeah, I have. I've turned you to a new pizza. He does also like chicken bacon ranch. But that's because we live in Indiana. We're learning how to like be Midwest with chicken bacon ranch pizza. I smell something smells really good. Somebody's eating something that smells delicious and I don't know what it is. What? Okay, good. So that timeout was brought to you by reminding both teams how forearms and shoving work in roller derby. I.e., stop it. Stop it. I'm getting stared at by people who have earphones in, who I believe are in the crowd and watching the game and judging me for the fact that I have gone on to talk about pizza. It happens. It just happens. Hamburger Buns is through the pack and chasing down Poison IZ, who, if you all don't vote for some other skaters, is going to be our skater of the game. Poison IZ calls the jam. Indiana, okay. I actually just had this argument with somebody about what is Midwest because someone was telling me that Minnesota was Midwest. And it is. But, like, there's so much of the United States that they call Midwest at this point. It feels like it's all of the United States except for the East Coast and the West Coast. So Indiana, while it is more east, yeah, why do we call it Midwest? We're not west. I mean, I guess because our country, I'm going to try to go into history here, because our country started on the east. What did I say? History. Yeah, geography and history. Because our country started in the east with the 13 colonies, and then we went west. So everything was west, and like as it grew, there was just more west to be had. Wait, is that Addie? Addie was just in the chat. Oh, Addie made it. Yay. I have no focus. I've given up. Yeah, exactly, Goldie Sox. Not on the coast means Midwest, I guess. Okay, couple more jokes. Wait, I thought that timeout was brought to me by forearms and shoving, but maybe not. Okay.
It's a new timeout.
What do you call it when worms take over the world? Global warming. Yeah. I used to have a job making furniture out of plants. Let me tell you, it wasn't a bed of roses. Okay, that's horrible. Okay, 5 minutes left. We're about to close the poll. Lead jammer goes to Peach Hobbler. Barbarian is the Roo. Peach Hobbler coming around on a scoring pass, getting some offensive help. That was beautiful by number 10. Who was that? Taco Bout Payne with the offense to help Peach Hobbler get through and grab 4 points for Burning River Roller Derby. All right, it's a pretty clear skater of the game from all of you, as you have voted for Poison IZ as your skater of the game. And Poison will be getting some beautiful Derby Date Night stickers and the honor of knowing that she was voted as skater of the game for Derby Date Night. 110 to 209. Princess Slamlet, who I don't think we've seen jam yet, is jamming for Burning River. And Creature, who we also haven't seen jam yet, is jamming for Cornfed. I love it. We're getting to the end of the game, and it's an everybody jams type of a game. Prince Slamlet is through. as lead jammer for Burning River. Mad Catter took the star and needs to get past the pivot and does so to get out of the pack. Prince Slamlet is also through for 4 points and calls the jam with 3.5 minutes left in this game. Oh, this has been so much fun hanging out with you all. I'm going to miss you next weekend, but if Bona isn't an option, is there really a point? Oh, Michael Kwan. Such a, what's it called when you rain on somebody's parade? Wet blanket. I love that Michael and I haven't even met, and we're just like, oh, Michael, by the way, I was interviewed recently by Slice and Carnage, and they knew you because I mentioned you. Why was I mentioning Michael Kwan on the podcast? You'll have to tune in when they publish it to find out why I was talking about Michael Kwan. But they know you, and they said, oh, we know him. You seem to be very well known in the Derby world. Poison IZ, your skater of the game, is also your lead jammer for Burning River. Shred is following about half a track behind with 2.5 minutes left in this game. Michael is a bona fide fan of Bona. I gotta tell Bona that one. Well, Ogre's gonna be sad, Rachel, if you say Bona wins ref of the game. I think Ogre's done a very good job. So has Biz, so has Mike, so has everybody. Although we do choose favorites in Derby, it's true. Every game. Especially here, we've started a vote for favorites. You've been on it? I gotta go find your episode, Michael Kwan. They are good people. We had a great time getting to know them and talking with them. Larkspur is through as lead jammer for Burning River. Calamity Jane is following about a quarter track behind. Rachel says all the refs can win. You just vote for the whole dazzle, right? 1 minute and 38 seconds left. Okay, we have at least one more jam, if not two. Is Beer Polly really on the line now?
Tacos are half off. Tacos are half off. So right after that, we're going to get yourself some tacos. We got 1 minute and 11 seconds left in the period. But tacos, no, I was saying hot dogs. Hot dogs are half off. And then our tacos?
Here's a new poll for you guys.
Mexican hot dogs, which sounds like it should be a taco, but it's not. All right, literally. Yes, Pure Polly.
Now I'm just being goofy. All right, misdirected anger getting past Shred at the front to become lead jammer. Beer Polly is also through. 39 seconds left in this game. Polly chasing down misdirected anger. 30 seconds left. Okay, 29 seconds left is when it was called. So if a timeout is called, we will have one more jam. If a timeout is not called, it'll be done. A timeout is called, so we will have one more jam. Okay, in our fun poll, currently we are voting yes for Bona as ref of the game. All right, this was a timeout being taken just so we could have one more jam. So enjoy this last jam. I know that you will miss us in the next week. Enjoy your Memorial Day. Go do something fun. Get in the water or get out on the beach or hang out and watch movies. I hope you do something really fun on Memorial Day. Sirius is not. He's going to be working the Indy 500 extracurriculars. You think that's fun? Working the Indy Parade and the celebration banquet? You do have fun with that. I do think you like that. Well, I'm going to have a movie marathon. I'm going to go swimming, and I'm going to become a vegetable on the couch. Those are my plans. What are you guys planning on doing? 16 seconds left. We are going to be finishing this game in just about 2 minutes. That's how long a jam is. Hamburger Buns against Poison IZ. Poison IZ, your skater of the game, is also your Lead jammer. Hamburger Buns has that star off, but taking a hit to the inside as Poison IZ comes around on a scoring pass. Finds Creature and Coginator. Poison IZ getting slowed down. Hamburger Buns is out of the pack. Poison IZ is through for 4 points. I think he will have fun. And Poison IZ calls the jam, and this game is over. Burning River 228, Cornfed 110. We have had such a fun time with you all, even you, Michael Kwan. Have a wonderful Memorial Day. I will see you all at Small Town SmackDown in 2 weeks. 12 games in 2 days. It's gonna be a blast. We get to watch me slowly lose my mind, but you also get to watch some really good roller derby with 8 different teams. So we will see you in 2 weeks at the Small Town SmackDown here on Derby Date Night.